Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration of second reading of Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments to firearms.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands had 17 minutes and 39 seconds remaining in the debate. The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to continue my discussion on this particular piece of legislation. You were actually sitting in the chair when you gave me the first 2 minutes and 21 seconds of debate on this, so I'm glad to see that we're coming full circle to complete this. You know, I think it's important to point out, as many people have, not just within this House, but also outside of this House, that this piece of legislation is not what, unfortunately, the Conservatives are trying to label it as an attack on legal gun owners. As a matter of fact, this bill is only going to affect about 3 to 5% of gun owners as it attempts to only ban military-style assault rifles. In other words, Madam Speaker, guns that are designed to kill the maximum number of people possible. I come from a family, both on my side and my wife's side of the family, my in-laws, that are proud hunters who have hunted for many generations going back, whether they were in Canada or immigrated from another country. I have a close uncle of mine, on my mother's side of the family, who owns a lodge near Westport, Ontario, with acres and acres of land, where he hunts regularly and uses the tools that he has, the guns that he has, to hunt. He's not concerned about this bill because he doesn't have military-style assault rifles. He doesn't see the need to have semi-automatic or automatic weapons that are designed to kill people in combat to be used for the purpose of hunting. Similar, my late father-in-law grew up on a hunting and fishing lodge in Plevna, Ontario, where him and his father and his grandfather routinely hosted visitors, a lot from the United States, I would say, that would come to the lodge where they would take out fishing and hunting and show them the great outdoors of Canada through that process of staying with them and hosting them. Now, if you had just listened, or if people in these situations had just listened to the narrative coming from the Conservative Party, indeed, they would have great concern over what they'd be hearing. That's because the Conservatives like to leave out some of the very important points as to what this bill is attempting doing, and I'll get to why I think that is later in my speech. But I think it's important, Madam Speaker, to address the concern that to address the fact that this bill is meeting the concerns of many, not just parliamentarians, but indeed many citizens and stakeholders throughout this country. Let's go to chiefs of police for starters, Madam Speaker. And over the years, there have been a number of chiefs of police that have warned about these risks associated with weapons of this style. The Saskatoon Police Chief, Tory Cooper, said in an interview that people who use firearms in committing crimes in Saskatchewan obtain them primarily by theft. Regina Police Chief Evan Bray said that crime guns are, quote, not being brought in by the United States, but are coming from break and enters. So one has to ask themselves, should I believe the Conservative narrative that all these guns that are being used for this purpose are coming through illegal means through the border? Because, of course, that's the narrative that the Conservative Party has trumpeted for years in this House, as I've heard it myself. Should we believe that narrative, or do we believe the Chief of Police from Regina? I mean, with all due respect to my Conservative colleagues, I tend to side with those that seem to have the facts and evidence and the real-life experience, notwithstanding the fact that, of course, there would be members from this House that would have real-life experience in law enforcement as well. But just recently, Edmonton Police Chief Dale McPhee also declared that, quote, roughly 5 to 10% of Edmonton's crime guns are coming across the border. 5 to 10%. The quote goes on to say the remainder have either been acquired legally, obtained through straw purchases, quote unquote, or stolen. You know, this is coming from the chief of police, not of my writing. I'm not, you know, I'm quoting a chief of police from the other side of the country in Edmonton. And of course, Ontario, there was a quote recently from in Ontario from Inspector Chris Renwick, who told Crime Prevention Board meeting in Ottawa that half the crime guns are recovered are from within Canada, usually legally registered but stolen. So this narrative that we hear, Madam Speaker, coming from the other side of the aisle, that all the guns that are used in the crimes that are committed with them are coming from across the border, and we have to strengthen those border measures, and we have to get tough on crime. Although yes, I'm sure it does give a fraction of the picture, it indeed misses a vast majority of what the police chiefs are identifying as concerns. And since I'm on the topic of talking about making sure that crime prevention and that the proper tools are there, I should remind the House that billions of dollars were removed from the CBSA's ability to do this work when the Conservatives were in power. But indeed, over the last number of years, money has been returned to ramp up those efforts. In the last Parliament, $327 million to combat gun and gang violence, with $86 million to prevent cross-border smuggling of illegal firearms. Guess what, Madam Speaker? The Conservative Party voted against that. You're going to have to explain that one to me, even though that's how they claim all of these guns are coming into Canada. This year alone, $30.8 million allocated to support the CBSA's efforts to reduce border-related gang activity and prevent firearms from being smuggled into Canada. So, are we interested in working on that smuggling problem? Are we interested in working and combating the crime that's related? Absolutely, and we're doing that. We're working on that, but it's not the only solution. There are other, you don't attack a large problem like this with just thinking that trying to work on one thing that I will admit, I should admit, as I already said, the Conservatives scaled back on, is going to be the only solution. I want to turn briefly, Madam Speaker, to an issue that came up in the committee, the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, because I think that it's extremely germane to the discussion and indeed the position that's being taken by Conservatives. But actually, before I do that, let me just jump to something else here. I'll come back to that in a second. And that is the fact that it has been quoted by the Canadian Firearms Association. I'm trying to find that quote, that the leader of the opposition met numerous times with the National Rifle Association in Canada when he was running for leadership. And I asked the question, why, you might be asking the question, why is that relevant to the Conservative Party's position on this bill? Well, it's quite relevant, Madam Speaker, because when you take the main firearms policy goals of the CCFR, and you compare those to what's in the platform of the leader of the Conservative Party, they're almost identical. They could have been written by the CCFR. They asked for a simple classification system. And in the document released by the leader of the opposition, he specifically talks about introducing a simplified classification system. They ask for discharge to be able to discharge any firearm you own on your own property. Guess what? That's in his platform commitment. There's a definition of a converted fully auto and variant to have the need to be clearly described in legislation. Guess what? The Conservative Party leader commits in his platform to remove the arbitrary classification of firearms. There's the reestablish the service standard for issuing new FRT numbers. Well, guess what? The Conservative Party leader committed to that in his platform. There's a request by the organization to change the limits to 10 rounds for all magazines. Well, guess what the leader said in a town hall meeting? I don't like the restrictions inherently that are inherently there as they relate to the number of rounds in all magazines. And he said that on May 15th of 2020, not only 1 year ago. So you see that it's hard when you compare these documents to not come to some conclusion that the Conservative Party is beholden to the National Firearms Association in Canada, considering that their own document on this as it relates to what they're running on in the election is almost a carbon copy of what the association is asking for. So this brings me to what I mentioned a few moments ago, and that's an issue that happened in the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. So I really wish I could share a prop in here, but I won't, because that's against the rules. But I draw to the attention of members two particular cartoons. I'm looking at them, so I'll try to describe them to the best of my ability. Two cartoons that were issued by the NFA, the National Firearms Association in Canada, that were quite demeaning in their approach in their representation of the member from Oakville and our Deputy Prime Minister. There is another one that has the Prime Minister in it and what appears to be his wife. And these are demeaning in the fact that they try to associate fearful women of guns. And there are other individuals standing in the picture holding guns saying, I think we'll be fine. And so the committee, and by any measure, nobody in this House should accept those as being a proper way to engage in our democratic society. But in any event, the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security brought forward a motion to their committee meeting in February that said, and I want to read it into this to the record in the House. It said that the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security condemn the National Firearms Association and statements made by Sheldon Clare, President, on February 16th, 2021, in a video posted online with regards to the introduction of Bill C-2021, which states, quote, revisit their old woodworking and metal working skills and construct guillotines, and again, to which there was laughter, that would really be the best kind of committee of public safety to get reestablished. If they want to make it about public safety, that was the way. The sound of the person's voice is not in a joking way. He was not joking. I don't think they understand that this is not New Zealand, this is not the United Kingdom, this is not Australia. This is a country made up of people who've been here for thousands of years, are Aboriginal people, immigrants from Europe who fled tyranny, who fought against tyranny, and know tyranny when they see it. That's what this is. And this, my friends, is tyranny. So the House of Commons Standing Committee introduced this motion asking the committee to condemn a comment made by the National Firearms Association president that specifically referred to their committee as a committee that should go back to studying woodworking and metalworking skills and construct guillotines. That's what the National Firearms Association president said. And all the committee asked was that the comments be condemned. Well, I'll fast forward to the vote on that. And you know how the vote went on that, Madam Speaker? Everybody voted in favor except for 4 members. The member from Lakeland, the member for Battle River Crowfoot, the member for Medicine Hat Cardston Warner, and the member for Langley Aldergrove. They didn't vote against it, they abstained. They abstained from voting on that. And I went back and I watched the video on that. And I watched the rationale that the member for Lakeland used in trying to put that into an in-camera meeting. She basically said, well, this is an issue that if somebody's life feels threatened, they should be contacting the police, and therefore we really shouldn't be talking about this in public, because if they did, then it's an ongoing investigation. What a load of crock, Madam Speaker, with all due respect. This is a public statement that had been made in the public about not somebody being attacked individually, but specifically about what the committee should focus its work on. To focus its work on revisiting their old woodworking and metal skills to construct guillotines. And the members from Lakeland, Battle River, Crowfoot, Medicine Hat, Carson, Warner, and Langley, Aldergrove couldn't even bring themselves to vote in favor of that motion condemning those words. And you gotta wonder, Madam Speaker, why would that be? How tight do you have to be intertwined with the National Firearms Association to not vote in favor of that? Well, I think I already demonstrated that by telling you how intertwined the Leader of the Opposition's policy. To the conclusion of my speech today, I leave you with the thought that perhaps this bill is, or the opposition to this bill, is less about people coming here and trying to genuinely look for solutions as much as it is being directed by an organization that has a stranglehold on a party. And nothing else can I hear people from the other side saying, wow, wow, wow. Well, then you explain to me, Madam Speaker, through you, would they explain to me why it is that those 4 members that I pointed out would somehow not have the willingness to vote in favor? And what makes it even worse is they tried somehow to thinking they were stating the issue by abstaining. Well, if they were against it and they truly believed what the member from Lakeland said, well, why didn't they vote against it? Because they knew that by voting in favor of this, they would be sending a message back to the organization that that party is so intertwined with that would not be beneficial to their future campaigns. That's the only conclusion that I can come to. So, Madam Speaker, this legislation is necessary. We need to move forward with it. We need to protect Canadian lives. We need to listen to the chiefs of police that I've already quoted in here earlier so that we can save lives in Canada and stop playing games to the benefit of some people in this country that are trying to promote, and rightfully so, their position on the matter, but unfortunately are completely intertwined with the Conservative Party.
Séance de commentaires, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish I could take more than just a few minutes to refute all the misinformation the member put over, but I want to start with his comment about the 4 members abstaining. Maybe he could tell us how many members of the Liberal cabinet abstained on voting to declare what the Chinese government is doing to 1 million Uyghurs as genocide. You know, he doesn't even have to answer that. The answer is 0. Not one of them had the courage to stand up and say that. But I want to get on to some of the other falsehoods. I'm wondering if perhaps he's read something called the public accounts. Now, people may lie, present misinformation, but the public's account doesn't. If you looked at it, he would see when the Liberal government took over, they slashed $400 million from CBSA. They slashed hundreds of dollars of FTEs, and their departmental plan going forward shows, based on inflation, they're cutting $200 million more from CBSA. The truth hurts. Perhaps a member should acknowledge that.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Wow, what a distraction. What a distraction. I voted in favor of that motion. The member should know. I voted in favor of it, and he's trying to compare. He's trying to compare 2 completely different issues. You know what? He said he had a lot more to talk to me about this, Madam Speaker. Email me. I'd love to get into a discussion about this with him, and we can go back and forth all day about it. I'll continue to prove my point to him as best that I can. Whether or not he'll believe me is a different issue. But I voted in favor of that motion that he brought up, Madam Speaker. I thought it was an important issue, and if he wants to wait to ask a question during question period, which he has the ability to do, of a minister, he should do that so that he can get the answers to those questions.
Séance des commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie mon collègue.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Obviously, the Conservatives don't like this bill. It was predictable. We consider that there are some half measures in this program. For instance, that the purchase program is optional. Does my colleague agree that since we're here, we could have had a clearer bill? And that would have allowed the party in power to not annoy those who support the cause.
Between opposition that is trying to work with a government on a bill and opposition that is just outright against it no matter what. And I would say that there is some good arguments for what the Bloc has been advocating for, which is more of a requirement as opposed to it being voluntary. Personally, I'm undecided on that issue. I think that there could be more compromise to be given to that. So I hope to be able to work on this side of the House with that member and the Bloc Québécois to make this the best legislation for Canadians. I have not ruled out personally that what she's proposing is an option.
Séance de commentaires, the honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the NDP wants legislation that's going to make Canadians safe. We've also, hearing from groups that have said there's been very little consultation. In fact, no consultation when it comes to airsoft and replica guns. We've received letters and calls from hundreds of concerned airsoft owners and businesses who don't understand why airsoft guns are going to become illegal under this legislation. We've seen states in the United States create regulations around brightly colored plastic tips, trigger guards, and restrictions that age restrictions, Madam Speaker. But the industry is open to regulatory regime if necessary, but there hasn't been appropriate consultation. So when preparing the bill, maybe the member can speak about who the government did consult with this from the airsoft industry and who are directly impacted by this bill.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I think the member knows that I can't comment directly on who the government consulted. The information that I would receive regarding that would be the same information that he would receive regarding that. But I will say that the intent of this was not to affect the paintball industry. And I know, and it's been it's been said by the minister that that is not the intent. And if there's more work that needs to be done to further clarify that, I would certainly support that. The paintball industry is an industry that, I have a number of operations in the region. Perhaps they're not specifically in my riding, as I'm primarily rural. But there is, a legitimate concern that they brought forward. But we should not allow that legitimate concern and our work to fix that to somehow throw us off course as the Conservatives are trying to do with this issue. So I appreciate the way the member brought it up. I think there's an opportunity, again, to work together there to ensure clarity around this. But let's not allow this to derail us from the work that we need to do.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member seems quite exercised today, although I'm a passionate advocate myself, so I don't judge that. And thank him for lots of the details he gave about his family and his family background and his rant about the Public Safety Committee. So maybe I'll ask a question about the details of the legislation, which it seems to me we're supposed to actually be doing today. I'm curious about the member's comments about the hunters that he knows, believing that they won't be impacted and that no firearms used for hunting is impacted by C-21 or by the May 2020 OIC, because of course the government has built in an exemption for Indigenous hunters, because of course they do use firearms that would be banned, that are banned under these Liberals for sustenance hunting, as do thousands and millions of sports shooters and hunters across the country. One of the other problems is, though, this government has made it so that Indigenous hunters cannot take their firearms to licensed gunsmiths because they're not covered by the exemption. Obviously, that causes a safety concern. It prevents Indigenous hunters from being able to use their firearms and is a contravention of their Section 35 rights. Will the member fight to fix this?
The member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you to the member for her intervention, and I would agree. We're equally as passionate on our opposing sides of the issue, so I appreciate that. She asked about my specific the people that I know. I have an uncle who is a big part of the Italian community, is a big hunter, but not only is he a hunter, but he also helped build a shooting facility as part of the Italo-Canadian Club in Kingston. Once they are aware of the legislation and have gone beyond the talking points of what we're hearing from the Conservatives, the concern genuinely starts to dissipate. I had a very good conversation with him specifically about that and his concerns when he first started hearing about this. But once I was able to point out and reference actual legislation and not, highly charged or lobbying organizations, and show exactly what was going on, by and large, the concerns dissipated.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Si, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his speech and for the openness that he demonstrated earlier. I have a proposal. Will members of his government be open to, as a first step, we sit down and define which weapons need to be prohibited? Because in the current version of the bill, what we see is that some firearms are forbidden and others not. And there doesn't seem to be rhyme or reason. First of all, we should define which models or what characteristics of a weapon should be prohibited. And then move forward with the selection and not simply sort of pull models from a hat. I'd like to hear what he has to think about that. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, I think, well, first of all, I can't commit to anything on behalf of the government as requested by the member, but I can say that the government has always been there, in my opinion, to want to work with stakeholders. He would know that the Minister of Public Safety banned roughly 1,500 weapons through order of council about a year ago. How the classifications work and how things are specifically addressed. I mean, I personally am a little bit leery about members of parliament, politicians weighing into discussions on what is considered one consideration or another. I would prefer that experts define what those are. I would prefer that chief of police are consulted on this. And so if the member is asking me my own personal opinion as to whether or not I think that it's important to consult and to have those discussions in order to get to some kind of classification system, I would agree with that, Madam Speaker. I can't comment specifically on the amount of consultation that went on with respect to that or any more that will happen.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grassland.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with the member for Sarnia-Lambton. For this debate, I'm adding my thoughts to what my colleagues from Lakeland and Provencher have already pointed out is wrong with Bill C-21's wrong-headed idea of firearms policy. The member for Lakeland, who serves as the Shadow Minister of Public Safety, has done an incredible job in exposing many of the fallacies and misconceptions in how this Liberal government deals with firearms. After doing so in this House, she received a shockingly bad partisan response from the Minister of Public Safety. That says it all right there for how they're handling this important issue. Simply put, this Liberal government proposes to take firearms from cooperative, law-abiding citizens while doing nothing to stop the flow of illegal guns to dangerous criminals and gangs, where the crisis is coming from in the first place. Of course, violent crime with illegal firearms is happening in Canada and has been a growing concern for certain cities especially. There's a lot more to say about the alarming rise of rural crime as well, which has to do with a completely different set of circumstances for citizens and law enforcement. But for today, I'll focus on a basic principle, which this Liberal government is totally missing. Instead of targeting law-abiding Canadians and firearm retailers, the government should be investing in police, anti-gang and gun units, and the CBSA to provide law enforcement with all the resources they need to stop illegal smuggling operations and get dangerous criminals and gangs off our streets. This is the common sense approach which would proactively save lives and prevent crime. The member from Kingston and the Islands in his speech before me indicated that rather than deal with high rates of crime, we should instead just ban guns and that all crime will magically stop. This is the dangerous mentality that this government has when dealing with crime. Rather than deal with the actual problem, they choose to make a splashy announcement that sounds like they are doing something, but in reality, they continually harass law-abiding gun owners who are the most highly vetted citizens in Canada. And that is exactly the problem with what they have presented in Bill C-21. They are not directing the necessary effort to where expert advice and data indicate it should be going. If we are not keeping illegal guns out of the hands of dangerous criminals, then nothing will change. If there is any real hope of better protecting the public from these threats, we must focus on stronger enforcement and on deterrence of criminal activity, gangs, and illegal gun trafficking. That is what it will take for any new firearms policy to be effective. This is what the experts and professionals are telling us. It is what police departments across Canada are saying when discussing this legislation. And I'm going to offer a few quotes here from a few prominent members of those respective forces. The Toronto Police Services President, Mike McCormick, said the following, and I'll quote, "There's no way in my world or any world I know that this would have an impact on somebody who's going to go out and buy an illegal gun and use it to kill another person or shoot another person." Toronto Staff Inspector Mike Earle noted that a handgun ban is ridiculous and doesn't address the actual problem of criminals shooting up the city. If those people aren't obeying the laws that are already in place, why would they obey a ban? The Winnipeg Police Inspector Max Waddell said, "While a ban on all guns might seem like a common sense approach, banning guns wouldn't necessarily stop gun violence. I'll draw a parallel. Illicit drugs are also banned. Yet we see dramatic increases in challenges around methamphetamine because it's that supply and demand force that causes individuals to obtain these firearms, whether it's to protect their drug trade, prevent harm, to use it for extortion, whatever the criminal element is needing these guns for." And I'll end quotes there. So there are many more quotes from professionals, people that the government clearly failed to consult while drafting this legislation, or else they would have reconsidered a full-scale ban on handguns. If you think about it for a moment, it's a bizarre move for how they want to set up such a ban, and it really shows the major flaw with their entire program. They are creating conditions on federal firearms licenses to restrict handgun storage or transport within municipalities that have passed such bylaws. These bylaws would effectively be conditions on licenses, which means that it only targets lawful Canadians who already have the paperwork and are complying with the rules. So all this provision does is add more red tape and regulations for law-abiding Canadians, subject to change from community to community, depending on whether or not a particular municipality has passed the bylaw. This is nothing but redundancy and ineffective, and we have mayors who have already spoken out against this bizarre legislation. I'm going to quote Mayor Don Iveson from Edmonton. "It's not the direction we would go in to pursue a city-specific ban when the issue of the flow of these weapons and their ties to particularly drugs and organized crime is much more than a municipality by municipality issue." End quote. And he makes a good point. I'm all for the division of powers and decentralized government, but when it comes to tackling gun crime and illegal guns, there needs to be a consistent and national approach. The mayor of Halifax, Mike Savage, points out what you'd think would be obvious, but clearly it's not. He questioned whether a handgun ban would successfully counter gun violence in his city because, quote, "a lot of them are not registered weapons," unquote. And these are the same handguns used by criminals. And further to his point, these are firearms, and what he's referring to is that they're not obtained legally. We need to focus on a cost-effective gun control program that is designed to keep guns out of the hands of criminals, while at the same time respecting the rights of law-abiding Canadians to own and use firearms responsibly. The reality is that at least 80% of guns used in Canadian gun crimes are illegally smuggled in from the United States, meaning that municipal regulations on law-abiding firearms owners will not change much. Why isn't the government focusing on the main supply for gun crime in this country? If they would have consulted those who are dealing with gun crime on the front lines, this bill would be significantly different. And, some of the measures that we all, I think, support in this House are going to be some mandatory minimum sentences for criminal use of firearms, although the government is moving to remove some of those. You know, we already have strict processes for people who go in to buy firearms. You know, they're again, I referenced earlier in my speech that they're among the most highly vetted citizens in Canada because of the process that it takes to acquire the certification to be able to acquire and possess a firearm. And, you know, one of the most important elements that this bill fails to address is putting more law enforcement officers on our streets, dealing with the illegal guns and gangs that plague our cities. Lastly, a strange part of the legislation has caught many of my constituents off guard, with the prohibition of the importation, exportation, and sale of all non-regulated air guns that look like modern firearms. In case members in other parties, especially the governing Liberal Party, were not aware, airsoft guns, they're not real firearms. You don't have to be afraid of them. They are intentionally designed for role playing or for playing for games or for just simply for practice in a controlled environment. Under Bill C-21, virtually all airsoft guns in Canada will be banned based on their muzzle velocity as well as their similar look to real firearms. Basically, the government wants to ban a hobby enjoyed by thousands of Canadians, including many of their own constituents. In all seriousness, this is more than the Liberals being killjoys. This will affect the real jobs and livelihoods of our fellow Canadians. According to Airsoft in Canada, the Canadian airsoft market is worth $100 million, and more than 260 Canadian businesses are linked to the paintball or airsoft community. Distributors and retailers are left unsure as to what to do with both their current stock and stock on order because all of it would be rendered worthless immediately if the government goes through with their ridiculous ban. There's also lack of clarity on how this would be enforced. Will they be confiscated, or is the government planning a costly buyback plan for these airsoft guns as well? With this example, it could not get any clearer that Bill C-21 is not serious about tackling gun crime at all. Sadly, this is the superficial response they are offering to Canadians, full of distractions and empty rhetoric. And Canadian lives are at stake here. The government had an opportunity to actually listen to the experts who have all come to agree that any legislation tackling gun crime must be directed at criminals and gangs. But they have chosen to ignore data-driven policy so that they can try to score cheap political points. This is something my Conservative colleagues and I cannot play along with. We will continue to demand real action on gun crime so that all Canadians can live in peace and security. This can and should be done while we are fully respecting their rights and freedoms under the law. And there's one other point I just want to address here, Madam Speaker. And I addressed this when I spoke to the budget here earlier this week. And that's one of the biggest discrepancies that we do face here in Canada continues to be the difference between urban and rural Canadians. And this particular gun ban, it particularly hits at the lives of rural Canadians as well, because, you know, a lot of the firearms that were banned by the Order in Council, you know, a lot of these are tools that were used by ranchers, by farmers. They're actually necessary to their day-to-day operations in that they help to deal with pests. It helps them to protect their herds, protect their livestock. So there is actually some real need for some of the firearms that were banned by the Order in Council, and to arbitrarily use the bore diameter and even the muzzle velocity that the government has chosen just really doesn't make any sense because it directly impacts those people who are using them for common sense purposes and reasons. And I'll end my speech there, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech. As he knows, the National Firearms Association has close ties to the Leader of the Opposition, and in fact, the Leader of Opposition has made promises to the National Firearms Association about what he will do. Back in February, this organization called for guillotines to be constructed because they know tyranny when they see it, and this, my friends, is tyranny, was their quote. The Public Safety Committee condemned this kind of language. At the time, the Conservative Party abstained from voting, but I'm wondering if the member here today will stand in the House and condemn this kind of language and this kind of attacks on our democracy and on our politicians here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you for that. And, you know, right off the hop, the first thing I just want to say is that the leader of the Conservative Party doesn't have any ties to the NFA. So let me just get that cleared up here. You know, and secondly, let's just focus on the legislation at hand here. I mean, we're talking about a bill that is banning firearms. It's harassing law-abiding Canadians. Again, I referenced it in my speech. They're the most highly vetted Canadians in Canada. The process and the training that is required to even just acquire a simple PAL possession and acquisition license is very extensive, and the process that I went through as a teenager to go through my hunter safety and my safe handling courses, all the different things that I go through, these are very important aspects too, and we need to highlight the fact that these are lawfully abiding Canadians that the government is choosing to go after.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the speech. I understand his opposition to the bill. I'd like to know if he would be open to having us work on a definition, maybe a more technical, scientific definition of the type of firearm that should be banned, rather than having, what we have in the bill now. He said that the airsoft weapons don't have any place here. So I think there are options like that we could consider. Would he be open to having us sit down with experts so that we can really define which firearms should be banned and then base ourselves on that? Or are they just completely opposed to any kind of ban of automatic firearms? Thank you. The honourable member.
Well, I want to thank him for his question. And, I think the point he's trying to make here, and I fully agree with, is that the government, they're not really focused on anything with this bill other than just trying to ban as much as they possibly can. So yes, I think sitting down and having the conversation about what about practical approaches to what this legislation should have done, I think that should have been the process all along. And automatic weapons have been illegal in Canada for a number of years, so I think that we need to make that distinction as well.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, Madam Speaker, we keep hearing from Conservatives that we need to tighten up our border to stop the flow of illegal guns. But it's a Conservative party that had a majority in the House of Commons, and they cut 7% of the Canadian Border Security Agency positions, more than 1,000 jobs. They got rid of the very people who stopped the flow of illegal guns into Canada. Does the member agree that that was a mistake and recognize that in order to stop gun smuggling and fentanyl that's killing people through the opioid crisis, that we need to increase resources at the CBSA, not decrease them?
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, obviously I wasn't a part of that Conservative majority government. I was only elected in 2019, so I can't comment as to what the backroom discussions were or what the reasons and motives were for what they were doing. But right now, based on the evidence that we are seeing, the information that we are receiving from experts is that we need to stop the illegal flow of firearms into Canada from the United States and of these illegal drugs, as you mentioned as well, because it is a huge problem. It is a growing problem. And, it seems just about every day when you go through the news, police forces are continuing to make busts on illegal firearms and on illegal drugs, but it's barely making a dent into the supply that is there because it continues to come in. So yeah, I think practically, bolstering the enforcement of our CBSA forces would be a good thing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to speak today to C21, hoping that I can bring a calm and reasoned approach to this discussion. I think all parties in the House are united in their desire to get rid of gun crime in Canada. So the question is, what is the best way to go about doing that? We know that we need to be fact and evidence-based. In fact, the Liberal government is always talking about how they're fact and evidence-based, but in this particular discussion, I think they've missed the mark. We know that 95% of gun crime in Canada is illegal guns and guns used illegally. And so what does Bill C-21 do to address illegal guns coming into Canada? The answer, Madam Speaker, is nothing. What does Bill 21 do then about guns used illegally? And the answer again is nothing. And so in terms of trying to address gun crime in Canada, this bill misses the mark. If we look at the 261 gun-related crimes that happened last year, 60% of those were committed with handguns that are already prohibited or restricted. 1 in 4 homicides were related to gang activity. If we look at the people who were arrested for illegal firearms offenses, in 2019, the Toronto Chief of Police said that the 326 people charged with firearms offenses are free on bail. So even when people commit a crime, we're not enforcing it, and the penalties are reduced. And so if we look at an approach of what ought we to be doing to reduce gun crime in Canada, the first thing is to address the illegal guns coming into the country. Now, I'm sad to note that the Liberal members voted against a private member's bill from the member from Markham Unionville that would have introduced measures to come against illegal guns coming into the country. And certainly the point has already been made today that we need to step up the effort at the border, because we know from the statistics that most of the guns coming in are coming in from the US of A. And so there is a role to play there. I know that the National Police Federation has called on the Government of Canada to increase the funding to the RCMP Border Integrity Program to enable dedicated and proactive RCMP investigative weapons enforcement activity in order to address gun crime at the border. Another issue that Bill C-21 doesn't address is organized crime and gangs. You heard the statistic about 1 in 4 homicides related to gang activities. This is something that as yet has not been addressed. And so then what does C-21 actually do? There are a number of things that are in the bill, but it basically, for firearms that have already been banned for lawful gun owners, they're allowed to keep them, but there's no defined compensation yet. And so again, this is a measure that comes against people who are abiding by the law. And now the government is punishing them. They're not allowed to use these, and they're not going to be compensated. There's nothing that's been put forward on that. At the same time, they're trying to remove the provincial authority for the chief firearms officer to approve, refuse, renew, and revoke authorizations to carry, and to give that power to a federal commissioner of firearms. Another Ottawa knows best kind of strategy coming from the government. Now, in terms of importing ammunition, they want to add additional requirements for a license to import ammunition. Again, always focused on people that will obey the law. And what they're missing is the main point that criminals don't obey the law. They don't obey the existing gun laws. They won't obey these new gun laws, and they won't obey a requirement to have a license to import ammunition. And so the naivete needs to stop, and we need to start with reasoned approaches to actually address the issue. The municipal ban that is proposed by C-21 has actually been opposed by many of the mayors across the country. And so the government ought to listen to mayors who are saying this is not municipal jurisdiction. Really, the RCMP they have the expertise in this area, and really that's where the powers should rest. At the same time that the government is implementing things that will not do anything about gun crime in Canada, we also see that they are introducing other bills like C-22 that will then reduce the penalties for crimes committed with guns. I can't even imagine why they would think about doing that. It repeals several minimum penalties. Let me read you the list. Unauthorized possession, possession of a prohibited firearm, possession of a weapon obtained by crime, weapons trafficking, possession for the purpose of trafficking, reckless discharge, discharge with the intent to wound or endanger, robbery with a firearm. Why ever would you reduce the penalties for those very things that are part of the problem of gun crime in Canada, which is the thing that we're trying to solve? At the same time, C-22 will also eliminate a number of offenses that would be ineligible for conditional sentencing, like sexual assault, kidnapping, trafficking in persons for material benefit, abduction of people under 14, motor vehicle theft, arson for fraudulent purposes. Again, we're trying to solve the problem of gun crime in Canada. Illegal guns, guns used illegally, and the kind of organized crime and gang crime activity that is related to all of these illegal activities. We've got a huge issue of drugs in the country, and so definitely we should be putting our money there. So I see that my time is drawing short, and yes, I am going to get to my points. There has also been an allegation that suicide is a reason for these banning of weapons for lawful gun owners, that it would really do something about suicide in the country. Well, what I would offer is that people that are going to kill themselves, sadly, are going to find other ways, hanging themselves, slicing their wrists, taking pills. We see a huge increase in suicide in this country. In fact, because this pandemic has gone on so long and the Liberal government has failed to get a plan to exit, we've seen a quadrupling of suicides. So we're going to see, instead of the 4,000 people a year in Canada that typically commit suicide, if that's quadrupled, you're approaching the same number of people dying from suicide that are dying from COVID-19. And so this is why it's important for the government to focus their efforts there. And if they really want to eliminate suicide, get us a plan to exit this pandemic. Absolutely. Now, the undefined buyback program needs to be clarified so that we can actually comment on it. Right now, it just looks like weapons will be banned, and there's no defined plan. But the plan is likely to be very expensive, and it looks to me like the initial estimates have underestimated what that cost will be. So I think, all in all, C21 misses the mark on eliminating gun crime in Canada, and I want to summarize by saying the problem is illegal guns and guns used illegally. C21 does nothing about illegal guns. It does nothing about guns used illegally. And so what do we need to do? Well, let's step up the efforts to keep illegal guns from coming into the country, and the penalties associated with being involved in gun smuggling. And once those people are convicted, let's keep them in jail and not let them back out on the street with their weapons again. Let's make sure that we focus as well on organized crime and gang activity. I think there are resources that would be better applied there. In fact, the National Police Federation said that we should divert from the monitoring activities that we spend on lawful gun owners and put some of those resources into crime prevention. And I think that is a very good thing to do as well. At the end of the day, all of us want the same thing. We all want to eliminate gun crime in Canada, but C21 doesn't do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member of Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to quote something that the member said in her speech. She said, quote, "We need to step up protection," end quote, as it relates to the borders and gun smuggling. This government introduced spending of $327 million to combat gun and gang violence, with $86 million to prevent cross-border smuggling of illegal firearms. This member voted against it. Why did she vote against measures that she's now claiming are so important?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, the Liberal government put forward an omnibus budget bill 720 pages long with a plethora of things in there. So although this specific action I do agree with, the amount of debt that this government has racked up without providing for a growth budget has really put $250 a month for the next 10 years of payments from every Canadian to the government in order to pay off their existing debt. There is no plan to exit that, no plan to restart the economy and grow the economy in that budget, and that's the reason I didn't vote for it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. I'd like to ask her questions on two areas. One, of course, is about smuggling and ensuring that CBSA have the resources to do that job. But yet when the Conservatives were in government, they actually cut CBSA resources to the tune of 1,000 staff, which would have helped preventing smuggling at the borders. And I wonder what her response is to that. As well, she mentioned that municipalities are opposed to it. Well, in Vancouver and Surrey, the mayors here actually do support it. And so don't their voice count?
Okay. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her question. What I would say is I was not involved in the previous Conservative government's decision. So my mother always told me, you cannot change the past, you can only change the future. And I think in the go forward to really solve this crime, we see that we're going to need additional efforts there at the border because most of the guns are coming in from the U.S., as I said. And with respect to the second question, the municipalities, I think in some cases, are misinformed about what is happening. Because if we look at a lot of the gun crime statistics, they will say that they're happening with weapons that are already prohibited. And a handgun ban, if you put it in place, the criminals aren't going to obey. If you say tomorrow, no more handguns in Vancouver, the criminals are still going to have them. And the people involved in organized crime are still going to have them. And so it's not addressing the root of the issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that speech, which was well articulated. Of course, we agree on the fact that this bill, the bill before us, is not satisfactory to anybody. People who are opposed to any control aren't happy, and people who want controls are not happy either, because it's full of half measures and there's no definition, no adequate definition of certain things. Would my colleague be prepared for discussion with specialist experts in order to properly define what an assault weapon is, which are prohibited? And if we can come up with a final position, would she agree that a buyback program should be obligatory? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. Absolutely, we must have discussions. Discussions with people with a great deal of experience, with a plan to eliminate gun crime in Canada, as well as a compensation program for those who have to give up their guns.
Comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I've certainly found it interesting the amount of charged rhetoric coming from the Liberal side and the refusal to answer any questions of substance from the bill. But I do actually agree with the member from Kingston in the Isles when he said that politicians shouldn't be making the calls around the specific actions about which weapons should and shouldn't be prohibited. So I do agree with him on that front. I'm wondering if the member from Sarnia-Lambton would also agree that it should be experts that are informing these decisions, not politicians, in agreement with the member from Kingston in the Isles.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Absolutely, the experts should be making those decisions, but in fact, it's not clear that that's what happened in the Order in Council, where hundreds of guns that made no sense to people with a lot of experience in firearms and their use. So I think that is worthy of note. I think the other thing that's worthy of note is a lot of the handguns or things that are being discussed are already prohibited or restricted, and the government keeps pretending that they're not. That's simply not the case. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We are now ready for statements by members. Déclaration des députés, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Etobicoke.
Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has taken its toll on everyone. While families across the country have struggled with the COVID-19 illness itself, that's not the only fallout.
Order. I just, maybe the member, I'm not sure, there's something wrong with the screen. now we know. So now I will ask the member to restart, and I would just ask all members as we prepare, in order to ensure that we don't waste any time and that there's no time taken from other members, to make sure that their headphones are on, that their screens are on. Otherwise, I would have to jump to somebody else. So the honourable member for Etobicoke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has taken its toll on everyone. While families across the country have struggled with the COVID-19 illness itself, that's not the only fallout from the pandemic. 40% of Canadians have experienced their mental health deteriorate over the last year. For those with pre-existing mental health conditions, the number rose to 61%. Young people have seen the greatest decline in good mental health compared to pre-pandemic levels. 7 in 10 health workers reported worsening mental health, and 64% of Indigenous people said their mental health had deteriorated. We are all feeling the pressures. On May 13th, I had my annual mental health forum, but this year we were virtual, and I recorded it for people to consult after the event. It was an incredible discussion with Dr. Kadi Kamkar from Toronto's CAMH and Deborah Quiggin from Lamp Community Health Centre, located in my constituency of Etobicoke Lakeshore. They were both very helpful with respect to COVID mental health survival tips. Madam Speaker, people need not suffer alone. There is help. Please reach out.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, businesses in Mégantic-L'Érable need a real plan. The plans to hire temporary workers are delayed, and we're talking about 2 years delay that could have consequences on all of regional development. Expansion projects are cancelled. Projects are turned down. We're talking about billions of dollars just in Mégantic-L'Érable every week. We're asking the Minister of Immigration to fix the situation and meet with all these different companies who are making the request.
Attractions, Fromagerie La Chaudière, Équipement Lapierre, Gosselin Express, Technopain, Thiriac Peinture, CIF Métal, Optimoul, Plantation Robert, Métallurgie Castec, Plessitech, Plantation Nicolas, les 3 chambres de commerce.
The 3 chambers of commerce, the minister must ensure to put in place a system that will work and put an end to the current delays. It's high time for Ottawa to give businesses the respect that they deserve.
The honourable member for Markham-Stouffville.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This week is National Tourism Week. In my riding of Markham-Stouffville, I know that many of my constituents have made excellent use of the beautiful Rouge National Urban Park in keeping with public health guidelines to exercise, get fresh air, and maintain their mental health during this challenging time. Our national parks are extraordinary areas where we can enjoy and appreciate Canada's natural beauty. At the same time, these parks protect our environment and conserve vital ecosystems. As we recover from the pandemic, our national parks present Canadians with opportunities to explore our country's amazing natural heritage. There is still much work to be done in continuing to restore and develop the Rouge National Urban Park, and therefore there is great opportunity for jobs, economic development, and tourism. So during this National Tourism Week, let's celebrate Canada's national parks and continue our work to preserve them and see them grow.
The honourable member Hamilton Mountain.
Madam Speaker, in addition to the 2-tier OAS proposal, there is yet another example in this budget of government's discrimination against groups of seniors, that is, single seniors. This government has chosen not to address a tax unfairness introduced by the Harper government. Single seniors are without an equivalent to income splitting, whereby married or common law partners may transfer pension income to the lower earner and thus pay less tax. What does that mean, Madam Speaker? By not introducing measures for those without a partner, the Liberal government would allow a single senior to pay substantially more taxes than a senior in a couple with the exact same income. By the same token, singles will continue to be blatantly disadvantaged on any tax credits and benefits that are calculated using a taxpayer's net income, such as the age amount and the old age security benefits. This is totally unfair. Governments need to put an end to this tiered seniors approach and stop discriminating against single seniors. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to bring to the attention of this House the escalating violence in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Ethiopian and Eritrean soldiers are reportedly committing widespread human rights abuses, including targeted killing of civilians and brutal sexual violence. The conflict, which began in November, has killed thousands and displaced as many as 2 million people. It has now led to a humanitarian crisis, which is putting 5 million people at risk of famine. According to the UN, 91% of the people of Tigray are in immediate need of assistance. I ask all members of this House to join me in calling on the Ethiopian authorities to ensure an immediate ceasefire, to hold accountable those responsible for extrajudicial killings, arbitrary detention, and human rights violations, and to immediately ensure safe access to humanitarian aid, such as medicine and food supplies to the Tigray region. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Today is the Republic Day of Azerbaijan, a day to honor the formation of the first parliamentary republic and first democratic, legal, and secular state in the Turkish and Islamic world. The republic, among other things, vowed to guarantee all of its citizens within its borders free, full political and civil rights, regardless of their ethnic origin, or religion, class, profession, or gender. Unfortunately, the republic only survived 23 months in its first iteration, as it was taken over by Bolshevik Russia and remained part of the Soviet Union for 70 years. Since its restoration, however, Azerbaijan has remained an ally to Canada through the Partnership for Peace program through NATO. Today, as chair of the Canada-Azerbaijan Friendship Group, I am joining the people of Azerbaijan, Azerbaijanis, Canadians, and people around the world in celebrating Azerbaijan Day. Happy Republic Day!
The honourable member for Scarborough North.
Madam Speaker, today I am honored to recognize Asian Heritage Month. With a rich and vibrant history, Canadians of Asian descent have made significant contributions to building this great country. My riding of Scarborough North is home to a diverse Asian population that has grown businesses and enhanced the cultural landscape of our community. This week, I was pleased to announce a federal investment of $2.8 million for the Chinese Cultural Centre of Greater Toronto on behalf of the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. The funds will help increase accessibility and build a new Asian garden, an important cultural legacy for generations to come. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the CCC has provided meals to seniors, distributed PPE, and donated to food banks while addressing the rise of anti-Asian racism. This month, let us be reminded of what connects us as Canadians: respect, freedom, and inclusion, and continue building an even better Canada. Merci.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madam Speaker, my father came from Croatia to Canada as a 7-year-old in 1929. The characteristics he gained from his upbringing ensured his success in Canada: hard work, self-reliance, and love of family. Croatia is an ancient nation, but Saturday marks the 20th anniversary of statehood, celebrating the day its first multi-party parliament passed the constitutional recognition of Croatian sovereignty and independence. In 2019, I had the honor of attending the official state visit of the Croatian president to Canada and the Prime Minister's reception for her in Hamilton. Before that, I had welcomed the Speaker of their Parliament and other members to the House. On Saturday, I'll be joining His Excellency Ambassador Vice Skracic to see the colors of the Croatian flag projected onto Niagara Falls. We all anxiously await the end of the pandemic so Canadians can discover one of the most beautiful vacation destinations in the world, our beautiful homeland, Lijepa Naša Domovina.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Madam Speaker, people in my riding of Langley Aldergrove like to celebrate Environment Week by planting trees. Now, they're just mere seedlings for now, but as they mature, they will add real beauty to our neighborhoods and contribute to the greening of the planet, and in a very modest way, the fight against global climate change. So next week, Saturday, June 5th, in front of the Home Depot, I will be there with my friends at Langley Environmental Partners Society, and we will hand out 500 native tree seedlings. Now, admittedly, that's not as impressive as the 2 billion trees that the Liberals keep promising again, and yet recently once again. But our trees are real trees that are going to absorb real greenhouse gases. So I want to invite everybody June 5th, Saturday, in front of the Home Depot. Be there and get your own beautiful native tree seedling. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hull-Ilmer. This morning, I would like to recognize a remarkable citizen from Gatineau, Mr. Paul Marcier. He is a star in my community, not because he takes credit for the many contributions he makes to his community, but in fact because he works far from any limelight in order to ensure that everyone can have a chance at a better life. He was born in Ottawa in 1945, and Paul quickly made his mark in the business sector in Montreal and Quebec City, and since the 1990s in Hull and Elmer. Now a full-time volunteer, he can be found everywhere. He is involved in the Elmer Legion, the Knights of Columbus, but above all, responds to the call of his neighbors in need. In fact, I must tell you, Madam Speaker, that Paul considers everyone to be his neighbor, no matter where they live. Paul, thank you for everything you do for us. The community greatly appreciates you. Great success in the future.
South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The 1914 White Rock Pier landmark, the longest pier in Canada, brings locals and tourists to our coastal beauty, small businesses like Cosmos and Yuli's restaurants, and delicious ice cream sold alongside the beach promenade. In non-pandemic times, the Pier and Marine Drive host events like Picnic on the Pier, the Summer Concert Series, the Sea Festival and Semiamu Days, and Canada Day by the Bay with awesome fireworks. But in 2018, our pier was broken in half by 90-kilometer winter winds. I watched a daring helicopter rescue of a visitor stuck at the wrong end of the damage. After a silent spring and summer, the pier reopened with a $4.3 million repair funded by the city, the province, and the community, but it remains structurally fragile. Urgent reinforcement is necessary. It's a shovel-ready infrastructure project. Sincerely, the federal government needs to step up. Act now to save this West Coast icon. Thank you.
For Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Liberal NDP coalition rammed through this House the Prime Minister's billion-dollar deficit budget. This budget is a massive letdown to all Canadians who were looking to the federal government to deliver us out of the worst economic times this country has faced in a century. Instead, Canadians got costly spending piled upon costly spending. Under this Liberal NDP coalition, the Prime Minister has now racked up more debt than all previous Canadian governments combined. In my riding of Saskatoon West, constituents want to know why the NDP have supported this reckless racking up of the national credit card and mortgaged our children's future. Contrast that with the Conservative plan to secure jobs and secure our economy. Our leader has put forward a real plan that will get our economy growing again and create good-paying jobs that get Canadians back to work across the country. The people of Saskatoon West don't want a reckless Liberal NDP coalition. They want the solid Conservative plan to secure jobs and secure our future.
The honour member for Windsor West.
Ojibwe Shores is a vital 33-acre green space in the last remaining undeveloped natural shoreline in Windsor, Detroit. It has hundreds of endangered species that rely upon migration through surrounding local parks for survival. This includes Ojibwe, Spring Garden, Black Oak, and Tallgrass Prairie Park, to name a few. If connected, this area, including with the Detroit River, could become one of North America's best treasures. It serves not only a home for these species, but also provides flood mitigation to climate change and natural areas that our community can enjoy for the use of healthy tourism and living. Over the past several years, a consensus has developed among residents and local, national, and international organizations for all these lands to be put together into a national urban park. Tens of thousands of people have attended public meetings, signed petitions, written letters, and emails. Even the Prime Minister says he's in favor. The federal government should seize the opportunity to move on their goal of creating more urban parks, as indicated in their fall economic statement. It's time now for Ojibwe National Urban Park.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, I rise today in this House devastated. My heart is shattered. The discovery of small bodies of 250 Indigenous children buried behind a Kamloops residential school is horrendous. I don't understand. My sadness is without end. As a white person, I am ashamed. As a mother, I am devastated. I feel physically ill. Madam Speaker, there are times in history that are so dark, so dirty, so ugly, that we have the responsibility, a sacred responsibility, to remember. Never again. These children were entitled to life. They had the right to love, to grow up. And we, the white society, gave them nothing, only negligence and abuse. It's terrible. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, and no doubt on behalf of all Quebecers, I want to offer my sincerest condolences to the Kamloops community and to all First Nations who have experienced such treatment. Our hearts go out to you.
Honourable Member The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Madam Speaker, yesterday, Kupki Roseanne Casper of the Kamloops First Nations revealed that the remains of 250 children had been found buried on the site of the former residential school in Kamloops, BC. Today, our community mourns along those who suffered this terrible loss and alongside all survivors of the horrific residential school system who are undoubtedly forced to remember their trauma upon hearing the news. There's nothing more painful in life than losing a child. My heart breaks today thinking of all the loving parents who never saw their children return home and who were never granted the dignity of knowing what happened. This tragedy is yet another reminder of the important work done by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and how much more work true reconciliation requires. Chief Casimir and the leadership of the Kamloops community have taken on the heavy burden to caretake for these lost children. Finally, to those who love these children, know that I, the Kamloops community, and the whole of Canada mourn with you. Your loss will never be forgotten.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honour all students in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges. This school year, many of them began a new chapter in their schooling online, and they had to do their best to stay motivated. Many of our students are now graduating high school, college, or university alone in front of a computer screen. I want to recognize their perseverance. I want to recognize their strength because they had to face isolation and were not able to experience things they should have been able to.
Message with all of our students. Congratulations on making it through. It may not have been perfect, but nothing has been during this pandemic. Whether you just finished another year or term or are graduating, I hope you know just how strong you are for getting here. And whatever your next steps and plans are, we're behind you. Your teachers and parents are behind you, and we all look forward to seeing you reach new heights and achieve all that you hope to achieve and experience in the years ahead. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Thank you. Wednesday, I asked the Minister of Finance if she knew Canada's inflation rate. No answer. I asked if she knew the Bank of Canada's target rate. No answer. By feigning ignorance, she demonstrates that she has no idea what's going on in Canada. Everything costs more. The Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed yesterday that interest on this government's staggering debt will cost an additional $3.4 billion per year. Why has the minister failed to present a credible economic plan to Canadians?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to take this question. The Honourable Member doesn't tell you that his solution to the supposed inflation problem is to stop spending on supports that are helping businesses stay open and workers keep their jobs and put food on the table. The reality is the inflation target between 1% and 3% of the Bank of Canada is run independently by the Bank of Canada, and the Government of Canada is in charge for fiscal policy. We used our fiscal firepower during the greatest economic emergency we have seen to help those families and workers keep their job and keep food on the table, and I will not apologize for it.
Let's do some math. More inflation is higher prices, less money for Canadians. More inflation, higher interest rates is higher prices for all Canadians. Higher prices is less money in the pockets of all Canadian families. Why is the minister watching the train go by? The math is simple, and the minister's ignoring the warnings of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Why did she neglect to present a credible plan for our economy?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member is selective in his choice of sources. The reality is a number of credible experts, including former governors of the Bank of Canada, have described the fiscal framework outlined in the recent budget as being sustainable. If the member is concerned about inflation, I would point him to the fact that we've been able to lock in long-term interest rates, and if he looks at the cost of servicing our debt outlined in Budget 2021, he will see that in raw dollar terms, despite the fact that we have had to incur debt to support Canadians, the cost cost of servicing that debt is actually less than what was predicted in the fall economic statement before this pandemic. We will move forward.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The cost of everything is rising, Madam Speaker. This is the reality. Yesterday, the Parliamentary Budget Officer released a report that confirms that we have been saying all along about this Liberal budget. There are more risk and more debt for Canadians. Revenues have been overestimated, and deficit and debt have been underestimated. And there's no plans for Liberals to ever balance a budget again after 2 years in this making. Why does this government fail to produce the credible plans for the future?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the honourable member sees the cost of the measures we put in place, but he does not see the value in them. I would point this honourable member that today is actually the day that families with kids under 6 are going to receive an enhanced Canada Child benefit after months of delay by the Conservatives. They pretend to support our measures when they oppose CERB. They vote against measures to extend the wage subsidy, and they held a press conference at the beginning of this pandemic to say that they won't support big fat government programs. Canadians should know that in their time of need, it was our government that was there for them to ensure that they could keep their job and put food on the table. That was the right approach then, and it's the right.
Facts. Inflation is on the rise, and with it, interest rates will go up sooner than expected. A rise in the interest rates will cause debt servicing costs to also skyrocket. The PBO confirmed yesterday that interest rate increases will add on average $3.4 billion in additional debt interest costs annually. That is $3 billion less for healthcare, infrastructure, or helping make small businesses more competitive. So I ask again, why has this government failed to put a credible economic plan in place?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Take no lessons, Madam Speaker, from a member of a party who had the worst economic record since the Great Depression before this pandemic. If he wants to see a credible fiscal plan, I direct him to Budget 2021. The plan is to continue to support households and businesses through this pandemic. The plan is to defeat COVID-19, and the plan is to ensure that all Canadians, not just wealthy Canadians, get to benefit from the growth that is being projected, not just by our government, but by private sector economists, wherever you look, Madam Speaker. The reality is our plan maintains a AAA credit rating, our plan maintains the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and our plan supports Canadian workers.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
It was indeed a big budget, but not for the right reasons. Biggest spending, biggest deficit, and biggest debt in the history of our country. The PBO even said that inflation and rising interest rates will blunt the effectiveness of the so-called stimulus spending in the massive budget. With no fiscal anchor, no debt management strategy, and never-ending deficit, why is this government setting up the country for massive failure?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
It's clear, Madam Speaker, that the honourable member has not taken the time to read the budget. He claims there is no fiscal anchor. The fiscal anchor is actually described in those terms as a declining debt to GDP ratio. He says there's no debt management strategy when the phrase debt management strategy is actually included in the portion of the budget that seeks to explain how we plan to manage our debt. The reality is, Madam Speaker, we have launched spending measures to keep businesses open and to support Canadian families. We have done so in a way that is sustainable, that has preserved the lowest debt to GDP ratio of any G7 country and maintained a AAA credit rating. That is more than could be said for any plan the Conservatives have offered.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Madame la Présidente, comme tout le monde.
Madam Speaker, like everyone in Quebec, the Bloc Québécois wants Bill 101 to apply to workplaces under federal jurisdiction. The minister, when questioned, says she'll protect the right to work in French, but that's not what Bill 101 does. It doesn't protect the right to work in French. It makes French the language of work all throughout Quebec. Does the minister want to defend the right to work in French in Quebec? Will she defend French as the language of work, the official language of work in Quebec? The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. We recognize that there's a decline in French. We want to protect and promote the use of French not only outside of Quebec, but in Quebec as well. We will accept our responsibilities and make sure that businesses under our jurisdiction will contribute to protecting French as instituted by the Government of Quebec and Francophone communities. It is the language of work and the language of services in Quebec, as well as offering those services in areas where there's a strong French population. The Honourable Member. I'll ask the question because in the White Book announcing a language reform, the government doesn't say that they want French to be the language of work in Quebec. It will extend the Official Languages Act to all businesses under federal jurisdiction. It's not French they want to defend at work, it's bilingualism. But bilingualism is going so well that French is in decline in Quebec. Will the government let the Government of Quebec apply Bill 101 to federal workplaces? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned, we recognize that there's a decline in the use of French. We want to promote and protect the language, not only outside of Quebec, but within Quebec as well. As expressed in our reform document in February, protecting and promoting French is a priority for our government. The federal government has already recognized that the situation of French in country is distinct and that the government has the responsibility to promote and to share the French language not only outside Quebec, but within it. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Madame la Présidente, Facebook vient de s'entendre.
Madam Speaker, Facebook just agreed with 14 media outlets to pay for journalistic content online. Fine. We can't be against it. It's a step in the right direction. But we don't want a piecemeal solution according to the will of web giants. The real issue is that the Minister of Heritage is dragging his feet and still hasn't introduced a bill to protect our news media. What's he waiting for? For our newsrooms to close? When will the Liberals stop pandering to web giants and finally stand up to them?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadian news publishers deliver essential information for the health and safety of our communities, and they should be fairly compensated for their work. It's important, and we are continuing to work, and we are committed to ensure a fair and well-remunerated system for our news publishers here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Le Campus Saint-Jean, sous le campus francophone de l'Ouest.
Campus Saint-Jean is the only francophone campus in Alberta. The Liberal government promised $121 million for post-secondary education for linguistic minorities. $60 million has been promised for Ontario. And now they're asking Albertans, will the minister agree to support the Saint-Jean campus before it is too late?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I would also like to thank her for her exceptional work. Campus Saint-Jean will receive the necessary funding. For our government, there's no doubt that every post-secondary institution with a strong Francophone majority throughout Canada must be supported. The minister has been in contact with her provincial counterpart in Alberta. We're in solutions mode. We want to continue our involvement. That's why from the beginning of our mandate, the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives have raised concerns about Switch Health from the beginning. The Prime Minister said that he had asked his team to take a hard look at what's going on with this contract and the company, but the government has extended Switch Health's contract by up to $180 million before the Standing Committee on Health could even review the situation. Was the Prime Minister satisfied with this thorough review, or did he simply let Canadians down again?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we expect this company to fulfill its contract requirements. Officials have been working with Switch Health to address any problems and concerns. But, Madam Speaker, we will not sacrifice the safe and reliable testing at our borders for Canadians. And the Minister has also directed officials to look at alternatives for providing this service. We have added an additional provider. We will stop at nothing to ensure that this contract and the testing is fulfilled.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister repeatedly stated that he's committed to transparency, but he keeps covering up his mistakes. Nearly 5,000 tests weren't processed because of sample misidentification. And now, the Liberal government won't even show us the contract with Switch Health and is hiding behind the National Security Exemption Clause. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to take responsibility for his mistakes?
L'honorable ministre.
Madam Speaker, on the contrary, as I've said, we expect Switch Health to fulfill their contract requirements. Officials have worked with this company every step of the way to address any areas of concern. In addition to that, we've added additional providers. The Minister of Health is very seized with this file. We will ensure that our testing is safe, reliable, and that we can ensure all Canadians can count on it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Madame la Présidente, Switch Health est une entreprise uniquement en...
Switch Health is only an English-speaking company. It's caused many problems for francophones, especially farmers and businesses that hired temporary foreign workers. None of the company's partner labs are located in Quebec, and tests done in Quebec are usually transported and analyzed in Ottawa. How can the government neglect French to this point for such an essential service?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I've said in this House before that we expect the testing to be done in both official languages. We have worked with Switch Health on this file. They have doubled their French capabilities. However, even before that, Madam Speaker, we ensured to add an additional service provider to make sure that there is safe, reliable testing in both official languages. We continue to work with officials and Switch Health and look for additional service providers. We will stop at nothing to keep Canadians safe.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
The minister likes to use the word expect a whole lot in her answers, but what I've noticed is that this government refuses to hold them accountable. On to a different topic. The principle of net neutrality is that everyone's content online is treated the same way. It means no favoritism. The government used to respect this principle, but that's not true anymore. With Bill C-10, the government will boost some content and suppress other content, all based on arbitrary criteria. It's completely discriminatory. So will the ministers stop trying to pick winners and losers and leave Canadians' online content alone?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, Bill C-10 is about having web giants like Netflix contribute to the creation of Canadian productions. It's about Canadian jobs and Canadian artists. Bill C-10 does not deal with internet service providers in any way. There is nothing in Bill C-10 that would allow or support in any way that internet service providers could block you from accessing a service like Skype or slow down a service like Netflix or YouTube in order to encourage you to buy a different streaming service.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
The minister once again tries to mislead the House and the Canadian public. This bill will, in fact, result in discrimination against some Canadians. It's clear the Liberals no longer advocate for net neutrality. They think discrimination is okay, so long as the government is the one doing it. Here's the thing. You can't lift one group of artists up by tearing another group of artists down, which is exactly what Bill C-10 is trying to do. The Heritage Minister is attempting to pick winners and losers. So will he change course, do the right thing, and scrap Bill C-10?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, the only obligations in Bill C-10 for social media companies are for the companies themselves, not individuals. And the proposed obligations for the companies are restricted to having them advise of their Canadian revenues, contribute a portion of those revenues to Canadian productions, and to make our creators discoverable. Nothing in the bill asks for social media companies to hide content. It's about requiring web giants who make money in our country to contribute to our Canadian shows, movies, and music. Why would we let web giants make money from Canadians and not contribute back?
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
A well-read answer. I really wish the individual who just answered would stop trying to mislead Canadians. The internet is an amazing tool, that allows Canadian artists to explode in popularity around the world. With Bill C-10, the Liberals are attempting to build a wall around Canadian creators. The problem is, on average, 90% of their audience is from outside of Canada. So by creating a so-called protective wall around them, the Liberals are actually imprisoning them, thereby quashing their ability to succeed. So when will the minister stand up for all Canadian artists and scrap Bill C-10?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, Bill C-10 is about modernizing the Broadcasting Act, which hasn't been updated in 30 years. That's before streaming services became a part of the way the Canadians found their shows, movies, and music, and it needed an update. And yet, from the very beginning, before it even went to committee, the Conservatives have vowed to block this law from going ahead. The Conservatives have been against web giants contributing to the creation of Canadian stories from the beginning. Why?
The Honourable, l'Honorable Député d'Avignon, la Métis Matane Matapédia.
Madame la Présidente. Madam Speaker, yesterday, the expert committee on COVID-19 testing recommended that the government abandon hotel quarantines. Not for health reasons, but because the government's disastrous management makes it ineffective. That's a statement of failure, not a recommendation. The experts are right to say that it makes no sense to exempt people who cross land borders. They're right that it makes no sense for people to avoid the quarantine hotel if they can pay a fine. Rather than abandoning the program, could the government finally just manage it properly?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, we welcome the report from the COVID-19 Testing and Screening Expert Advisory Panel. These recommendations are going to be incredibly helpful as we move forward in adjusting measures. And one of the fastest ways to adjust restrictions, Madam Speaker, is for Canadians to continue to get vaccinated. Every step of the way, our process at the borders has been about adding layers of protection. Every single layer of that protection is an additional measure that's going to stop the spread and protect Canadian lives. We will stop at nothing to do so.
L'Honorable Député d'Avignon, la Métis Matane Matapédia.
Madame la Présidente, c'est la santé publique. Madam Speaker, public health should be dictating the course of action. The problem's not the hotel quarantine program. It's federal incompetence in border management. As long as travel is not safe, the return of travelers has to be supervised. The public's been making sacrifices for 15 months. The federal government can't tell all these people that it's abandoning border security in the final stretch of the pandemic because of administrative bungling. When will it get its act together instead of abdicating its responsibilities? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, absolutely not. As I've just said, our approach has been about adding layers of protection to ensure that all Canadians are safe, and that is why we have some of the strictest border measures anywhere around the world. In fact, Madam Speaker, we know these requirements are working because air travel has reduced by 96% compared to pre-pandemic travel levels. Madam Speaker, as the situation evolves, we will absolutely take into account any science and evidence, but Madam Speaker, we are going to ensure that hard work made by Canadians is not sacrificed, and we will keep them safe.
The Honourable for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, many Canadians will remember the issue that sent 30,000 self-employed individuals into a panic last Christmas as they were told they were ineligible for benefits and had to reimburse the government. The CRA's failure to define income in the context of small business caused anxiety for millions. And in fact, many Canadians repaid benefits they were rightfully entitled to. Can the minister please tell the hardworking Canadians when they will get their benefits back?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When the pandemic hit, we quickly introduced the CERB, helping more than 8 million Canadians put food on the table and keep a roof over their head. We know that this continues to be a difficult time for many. That is why we are allowing self-employed workers who applied for the CERB based on their gross income to keep their payments as long as they met all other eligibility requirements. For people who may still need to make a repayment, no one is required to do so at this time. As the Prime Minister said, we will work with Canadians who need to make repayments in a way that is flexible and understanding of their circumstances. There won't be penalties or interest for anyone who erred in good faith.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bank of Canada has been warning us about housing prices being up over 30% during this pandemic, and We have massive job losses throughout the country. These increases cannot continue, Madam Speaker. We know that some families, represented by that side of the chamber, will be just fine. But what about average day Canadians? Families need to know how they can secure affordable housing and how this government will ensure that families don't lose with the massive interest rates increasing on the horizon and many mortgages across Canada coming up for renewal.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I take great exception to the honourable member's assertion that the families who may live in my community because of my partisan affiliation are somehow less deserving than the families that he represents. The reality is, when it came to this pandemic response, we were there for families no matter where they live, no matter who the representatives were. Now, the issue of housing affordability is a very real one that we are watching very closely. We have worked with the Office for the Superintendent of Financial Institutions to monitor the situation and are looking at changes to the mortgage stress test to ensure things don't run amok. In addition, I directed the National Housing Strategy, which is looking at reducing homelessness and making sure that every Canadian can live in a home they can afford.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, Ben Manzura, a permanent resident who is a senior IT manager from Toronto, had to file an access to information request about himself just to find out if he passed an online citizenship test back in December. He's not the only one. This is a prime example of a system that is ineffective and inefficient. Frankly, it's harming the mental health of immigrants and Canadians and also our nation's economy. Why does this minister continue delaying addressing this inefficient system, causing applicants more hardships?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Openness and transparency in government is essential, and our government takes the protection of Canadians' privacy very seriously. We've made progress in support of access to information and have backed that with investments that are strengthening our system. Our officials have proactively reached out to the Information Commission in order to address any questions they may have. And Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to ensure access, transparency, and ensure that all of the integrity and privacy that is part of our immigration system stays in place.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Madam Speaker, recently California and New York passed bills that target Canadian forest products. The bills these states passed are fundamentally flawed, will hurt trade, and condemn our forest industry, comparing us to much less sustainable forest industry products exporters, when in fact Canada has the most sustainable forest industry in the world. Madam Speaker, will the minister stand up for our forest industry, or will he let these states push us around like he does with our energy sector?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for that important question. And I just want to reiterate that I agree that Canada's forestry sector is important to our economy. It supports hundreds of thousands of good, well-paying jobs here in Canada. We will always vigorously defend their interests. And we look forward to continuing to work with the United States on this matter and ensure that the industry continues to stay vibrant. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Madam Speaker, this week the Auditor General made clear what's obvious to First Nations in our region and the country. The government consistently fails them. First Nations began the pandemic with nowhere near enough personal protective equipment and struggled to catch up. When communities cried out repeatedly for more nurses, more than half of their requests were rejected. Whether it's on water, housing, or this pandemic, we're getting monthly condemnations from this Auditor General and monthly commitments from this government to do better. Where's the political will from the Liberals to act on the repeated neglect and deliver for First Nations?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we would like to thank the Auditor General for her report. Our government shares the priority of ensuring Indigenous peoples have the resources and support they need to combat and prevent the spread of COVID-19. As part of our ongoing work, Indigenous Services Canada is continuing reviewing our practices to improve the efficiency and flexibility of providing surge crisis support. We are working hand in hand with Indigenous organizations and communities to receive real-time feedback, and we will seek to better our processes now and beyond COVID-19. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Madam Speaker, with limited international and domestic travelers, summer 2021 is going to be another devastating loss for tourism and hospitality businesses right across the country. The Liberals are cutting the wage subsidy and rent supports for these businesses just when they need them the most. Once again, this government is leaving workers in the tourism and hospitality sector behind. Will the minister commit today to extend the wage subsidy and rent support until at least spring 2021 to help these small businesses and their workers?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his legitimate concern for the small business operators in the tourism sector, which we know have been hit disproportionately by COVID-19. The first thing that these businesses want back is their customers, and we are working hard to deploy vaccines to ensure that we can have a sense of normalcy return as soon as possible. With respect to the wage subsidy, I'll point the honourable member to the fact that we have extended in the recent budget the wage subsidy and rent subsidy with the flexibility to do more if necessary, and we've implemented new funds to support Destination Canada and $500 million directly towards support for the tourism sector. We will be there for operators because our recovery depends on their participation in the economy.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has impacted many Canadians, including young families. My constituents in Scarborough Agincourt have had to balance work with childcare alternatives and many higher expenses along the way. Can the minister please tell this House what our government is doing to support families with young children during this difficult time?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for Scarborough Agincourt for her important question. Families have financial challenges during this pandemic. That is why we announced a Canada Child Benefit top-up payment of up to $1,200 per child under the age of 6. Today, the first payment is being made, going directly into the pockets of parents, and will benefit 1.6 million families. The Canada Child Benefit helps 9 out of 10 families and has helped lift 435,000 children out of poverty. My message to families is clear. We will always be there to support you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are disturbed that 2 scientists at the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg may have been passing top-secret information to the communist regime in China. Both scientists were fired in January, but the Prime Minister won't tell us why. The scientists were given top-level security clearances by this Liberal government, and we know they ship deadly viruses like Ebola from Winnipeg to the virology lab in Wuhan, China. And it was Canada's security agency, CSIS, that expressed concern that initiated the scientists being fired. Will the Prime Minister protect our national security and stop providing top-level security clearances to scientists that report to the Chinese military?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, the scientists and researchers at the National Biology Lab play a vital role in Canada's response to COVID-19. We take threats to research security and intellectual property seriously. The NML is a secure facility. Everyone working and visiting the NML must undergo security screening and adhere to strict security protocols, procedures, and policies. We will never put the health and safety of Canadians at risk, and the employees in question are no longer with the Public Health Agency of Canada.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Madam Speaker, Heritage Department memos reveal that Bill C-10 has the potential to grant CRTC regulatory powers to affect online service, including sports streaming, news sites, podcasts, and apps. The Liberals are still pressing the bill to be passed, which will cause tech giants to pass down the tax increase cost to my Bow River constituents by 50% approximately. Why did the minister ignore his department officials and proceed to present this destructive bill that will pick winners and losers based on unknown criteria?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, once again, the Broadcasting Act hasn't been modernized in over 30 years. Bill C-10 is about bringing us that update, and it's an important update that will support Canadian jobs and Canadian creators. If the member would like to, he can continue to follow the debate and work with us to help our creators. But the Conservatives have been vowing to block this law from going ahead since before it even went to committee. This is about web giants contributing to our creators. Why won't they help us to make that happen?
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians were shocked to learn that 2 scientists at Canada's National Microbiology Lab may have been passing top-secret information to the communist Chinese regime. This is a serious breach of national security. Yet the Prime Minister is refusing to be transparent with Canadians about his failures and his failure to protect this country. Will the Prime Minister end all cooperation with the communist Chinese regime in Canadian labs and universities? The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, as I said before, everyone at the NML must go through or undergo security screening and adhere to strict security protocols, procedures, and policies. We take threats of research security and intellectual property incredibly seriously. That's why we have protocols in place. And Madam Speaker, these people are no longer with the Public Health Agency of Canada.
The Honourable Member South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 3 weeks ago, I asked the Heritage Minister why he removed the clause in Bill C-10 that exempted what Canadians post online from government regulation. The Minister's answer, I should read the bill. Patronizing remark aside, that same minister has since admitted that Canadians posting online with enough views will in fact be regulated. Madam Speaker, through you, which is it? Will Canadians be regulated online or not?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, it is clearly stated in the bill that users are excluded from the Broadcasting Act. That is a specific exclusion within the bill. The Broadcasting Act modernization will apply to social media companies only and require them to report the revenues that they make in Canada, to contribute a portion of those to the creation of Canadian stories and music, and to make our creators more discoverable. That is important for Canadian jobs and Canadian creators. I hope that the Conservatives will choose to support us in that.
L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, seniors are angry that the federal government is dividing them into two classes by increasing the old age security only for those aged 75 and up. This week, the FEDUC, as well as Canada's Association for Retired People and the National Association of Federal Retirees, all denounced Ottawa's decision. Financial precarity can affect all seniors. In fact, misfortune does not discriminate by age. It's just the federal government that's doing so. Will the government abandon its discriminatory approach and finally increase pensions for all seniors? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our government has delivered on its commitment to increase OAS, old age security, by 10% for all seniors aged 75 and up. We're helping address the pressures that are faced by more than 3.3 million seniors as they age by giving them more financial security later in life. Older seniors face increased care expenses and are at greater risk of running out of their savings. As seniors age, their health and home care costs rise. All the while, they are more likely to be unable to work, have disabilities, or be widowed. The OAS hike...
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, the House voted to increase employment insurance benefits to 50 weeks for people who are sick. But for that to come into effect, a royal recommendation is required. And the government is refusing this. 50 weeks is what it takes for people with unpredictable illnesses like cancer to really recover. The government's 26 weeks is half of what these most seriously ill patients need. Does the government realize that support is needed when people are most vulnerable and that they're abandoning people who are fighting for their health? The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, Canadians expect and deserve an EI system that is flexible and responsive to their needs. EI sickness benefits are an important support for Canadians who need to leave work because of illness or injury. Workers receiving important treatments or requiring a longer period to recover from an illness or injury sometimes face a stressful income gap before they are healthy enough to return to work. That's why Budget 2021 extends EI sickness benefits from 15 to 26 weeks, providing approximately 169,000 Canadians every year with additional time and flexibility to recover and return to work. There's more work to do, Madam Speaker, and we'll continue working so that EI is there for Canadians when they need it most.
The Honourable Member Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Madam Speaker, seniors have been coming to my office quite upset. The issue? They received a link for the census, but have no ability to go online. They're very capable of using computers, but have no home internet because they simply can't afford it. They can't make video calls to see their grandchildren because they've been unable to visit during COVID. They can't access free Wi-Fi because the places that offer it have been locked down. This isn't a luxury, it's basic connectivity, yet this Liberal government has done nothing to spur competition and make internet rates more.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, in the best of times, living without high-speed internet is difficult, but during COVID, particularly for our elders, it has been incredibly difficult. Our government's working and has been to connect Canadians to this essential service since taking office back in 2015. And I'd say, Madam Speaker, that tens of thousands of Canadians are already on their way to getting connected to this high-speed internet service because of the investments we made. We made 10 times more investments in broadband than all other governments combined, and we won't stop till...
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Madam Speaker, many seniors in my riding have called to ask why they haven't received their census forms. They are concerned that they will not be counted. The City of Prince Albert is concerned because our municipal financing depends on an accurate count. Seniors who have called the Census Helpline have been unable to receive any help. Can the Minister explain to my riding why the forms are missing and what will be done to ensure that they are counted?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We understand that the census is incredibly important. Canadians have come to appreciate how important it is as well. But it's important for my friend to recognize that we are there to assist individual Canadians. The census provides valuable information. Also, use the telephone to fill out the census as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, the government's decision to designate all plastic manufactured items as toxic is absurd. It's inconsistent with the government's own science assessment, and it threatens thousands of jobs. So, can the minister, with a straight face, tell the more than 100 employees at Pro Western Plastics in St. Albert that the health and food plastic products that they manufacture are akin to lead, mercury, and asbestos? Really?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I know the Honourable Member, perhaps like me, enjoys a soft drink or a beer which contains carbon dioxide, which is listed in the toxic substances. Canadians understand that toxic substances in the Environmental Protection Act has a specific meaning, and it can be done safely. Canadians also know that plastics pose a significant danger to the environment, pose a significant danger to our health when not used properly. And that's why Canadians want us to regulate it, and that's what we're going to do. It's unfortunate the Conservatives stand in favor of the plastics industry and what... The
Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hundreds of women have told us about their need for daycare. The lack of daycare has a considerable impact on the wage gap between the genders. We know that it's women who have to stay home to take care of their children, and that limits their participation in the labor force. It also limits their access to education and professional training, as well as future financial resources. Can the Minister inform the House how Budget 2021 will help build a more inclusive Canadian economy and how it will help these women who have been hit hard? The Honourable Minister. Thank you to my colleague for her defense of women's rights. This government is the only one to have a credible plan to help women get back to work. We are doing so by fighting COVID-19 with vaccines, by providing affordable universal daycare, by supporting women entrepreneurs, and by supporting victims of gender-based violence. Our government will continue to work with all feminists.
Sturgeon River Parkland.
Madam Speaker, released documents outline how this Liberal government is funding the PMPRB to combat a so-called disinformation campaign by opposition MPs and cystic fibrosis advocacy groups. These families are fighting for their sick children to access drugs that are readily available in most developed nations. Why is this Liberal government shamefully attacking the families of sick Canadian children instead of working to get them the life-saving drugs they need?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, that couldn't be further from the truth. Our government has committed to a national pharmacare program with the precise objective to ensure that Canadians no longer have to choose about putting food on their table or affording the prescription drugs that they need. I find the Conservatives questioning on this interesting, and so I wonder if they'll support a national pharmacare program so that we can ensure that all Canadians have access to the critical medicines that they need at an affordable price.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Madam Speaker, the upper amount of cannabis individuals are authorized to possess for medical purposes is almost impossible for an individual to consume personally, with the sourcing of this production given over to designated growers. According to law enforcement officials, these production licenses are often abused, with excess production illegally sold into the black market, traded in the U.S. for fentanyl, or even worse, traded for handguns, fueling our gang violence. When will the Minister of Health address the loopholes in these regulations, loopholes large enough to drive a U-Haul truck through delivering illegal black market?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For years, companies like MyGeek have published videos of sex trafficking, child exploitation, and sexual assault. Removing these videos after 24 hours, like this government is proposing, isn't good enough. By that time, it could have been viewed and downloaded millions of times, creating an endless nightmare for victims. Yesterday, I introduced the CEASE Act, which will require pornographic platforms to verify the age and consent of every individual in the video before it is published. Does the government support this approach to put the burden of responsibility on companies instead of on victims?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we take the issue of exploitation and trafficking extremely seriously, and we've worked diligently to address this through provisions that currently exist in the Criminal Code and also through funding investments that we have made that are included in our most recent budget. That funding will assist in the prosecution of those who would exploit people, including trafficking, and that is funding that we are dedicated to promoting so that we can ensure that people are kept safe, particularly children who are sexually exploited.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Madam Speaker, 50 years ago today, on a tragic night in my riding, Sandy Seal, a young black man's life was taken, and a young Mi'kmaq named Donald Marshall Jr. spent 11 years in jail for a murder which he did not commit. The inquiry into these events later found that the criminal justice system failed Donald Marshall Jr. at virtually every turn. Can the Minister of Justice inform the House what steps have been taken by the government to address systemic racism in our justice system?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, first I'd like to thank the member from Sydney Victoria for his advocacy on this important issue. While we will never be able to fully right the wrong since the wrongful arrest and imprisonment of Donald Marshall Jr., I'm proud to say that a lot has changed since then. We've taken significant action, including crucial steps toward the creation of an independent criminal case review commission to review potential wrongful convictions, and brought forth legislation to address the overrepresentation of Indigenous persons and Black Canadians in the justice system. There is more to do, and our government is committed to doing that work that will lead to a justice system and a country that is more just and more fair for all.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Madam Speaker, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board invested $900 million in a private water scheme in Brazil, driving up the cost of the water utility for residents in Rio de Janeiro's most impoverished communities. Labor and human rights groups are fighting this move, calling it a violation of Brazil's national laws. 2 months ago, Liberals and Conservatives defeated my bill to bring more accountability to Canada Pension Plan investment policies. Clean water and sanitation are human rights. Why are the Liberals encouraging this unethical investment of our public money?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his sincere concern for our relationship abroad and the importance of protecting the environment and working with international partners to do so. However, I do want to point out that when it comes to the investment decisions of the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board that are designed to protect the retirement security of Canadians, those decisions are made entirely independently of the Government of Canada. It's important to maintain that space between the government and the Pension Plan Investment Board to ensure that there are not political decisions taken that could compromise the retirement security of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox, Addington.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister speaks from both sides of his mouth when defending our rights and freedoms. Last year, he attended a public protest in Ottawa, a violation of Ontario's emergency measures, yet he also claims lockdown protesters spread COVID, as if COVID spreads only at rallies he doesn't like. He's affirmed the right of thousands of pro-Palestinian protesters who were not ticketed by police, yet I, as a sitting MP, received 2 court summons for attending other peaceful outdoor protests. Can the government confirm the Prime Minister is in favour of all Canadians' right to peacefully protest, or just the causes he personally endorses?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that the honourable member doesn't understand how to follow local public health rules, but they are in place, in fact, to keep Canadians safe and to stop the spread of COVID-19. And I recommend that if he continues to get summons, there is a problem with his interpretation of these public health measures. They are serious. They are put in place to keep Canadians safe, but a person's ability to peacefully protest has not changed. The measures are in place to keep Canadians safe by stopping the spread of COVID-19, and I recommend he take that seriously.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Yes, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the honourable member opposite asked a question earlier about CERB repayment, and with your permission and the permission of the House, I would like to correct the record and my response. This was regarding the CERB repayment.
Yes, and I did call the member, the minister twice, or for a response, and I would just ask those who are participating virtually to ensure that they're ready to respond. Unless there was a technical issue, then that's a different story. But I will allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to respond, but I would also indicate that members should be ready to respond immediately so that it doesn't take away from other orders of the House. The Honourable...
Madam Speaker, I do apologize.
Just one moment, please. I believe I may have another point of order, or there's an issue with, is there a technical issue? The Honourable Député de Mégantic-Clérable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clérable, is there a point of order? Just a clarification. I'd like to know if the Parliamentary Secretary is asking an answer to a question to correct a statement. It's not quite clear what he's asking, so before you rule, I think you should understand what the member is asking.
Wanting to clarify, in second.
One moment, please.
Asking the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary if he was looking at clarifying an answer that was provided, or whether he wanted to respond to the question that was asked that wasn't responded to.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to clarify a response that I had given to a question regarding the repayment of CERB. I would like to just correct the record and provide an improved answer.
There isn't consent to do that at this point. I would ask the member to be able to clarify that. He can do it during debates in the House.
The Honourable Member, House Leader, would like to raise a point of order as well? No, Madam Speaker, that it's been clarified for me.
And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Health, rises on the point of order.
Madam Speaker, thank you. There was a question directed to me, and unfortunately the mute button would not come off. So it was a technical question. I was prepared and ready to answer. I can do so now.
I will, I'm just going to give me one. Okay. One second. So I would need to ask if there is unanimous consent to allow the minister to respond to the question that was asked in the House.
It's on this.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I don't believe unanimous consent would be required in this situation. There has been precedent that has been set by the chair that if there's a technical issue that's been raised by a member, that they are allowed to respond or re-ask the question. So I think that I think we need to be careful about even asking for unanimous consent because the precedent has already been set that it's not required.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader would also like to raise a point of order. The Parliament House Leader. We understand full well that sometimes there are technical issues, and we respect that, but I would remind you, Madam Speaker, that you don't have a technical issue in the House. The government has had the time necessary to identify somebody to speak on behalf of the government to respond to the question. Sometime a minister is asked directly a question, someone else responds, the government responds. Whoever speaks on behalf of the government. So the government House Leader had the opportunity to identify a different colleague. He decided not to do so. That's his right. So everybody has the opportunity to speak when it's time. I appreciate the interventions. Just a second, please. One moment, please. In the House, it has occurred on several occasions. I will grant the parliamentary secretary the opportunity to give an answer, and I would encourage everyone who wishes to ask or answer questions to ensure that they are prepared to, especially if they are speaking virtually, to be prepared to speak if there are technical issues. Obviously, this must be immediately raised. So I will give the answer to the question.
To the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we are committed to ensuring that individuals who require cannabis for medical purposes have reasonable access to it. But with that being said, Madam Speaker, that anyone who is authorized to produce cannabis for their own medical purposes must follow the law and operate within the local authorization as well. And it is illegal for these individuals to provide or sell cannabis to anyone else. Madam Speaker, we're continuing to move forward on this file. Consultation just ended, and we look forward to the results of that to make additional improvements to the cannabis file. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Following discussions among representatives of all the parties in the House, I do understand that there is agreement to observe a moment of silence.
House to rise and observe a minute of silence following the tragic discovery of the remains of 215 children at a former residential school in British Columbia. Thank you. The Honourable, I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-5, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, be disposed of as follows. A, the bill be deemed concurred in at the report stage, and B, when government order is called later today, the bill shall be considered at third reading, that a member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party be recognized to speak for not more than 10 minutes each, following by 5 minutes for questions and comments, and at the conclusion of the time provided for debate or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the bill be deemed read a third time and passed.
All those opposed to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion carries. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 13 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honour to present in both official language the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food entitled Main Estimates 2021-2022. Vote 1 under the Canadian Dairy Commission, Vote 1 under the Canadian Grain Commission, and all votes under the Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Votre comité a étudié les crédits.
Your committee has studied the estimates referred to it by the House and reports back without amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committee.
Sir Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates on the Main Estimates 2021-2022. Your committee has considered the estimates referred by the House and reports the same back without amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville. Madame Jacek, appuyée.
Ms. Jacek, seconded by Mr. Van Bynen, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Strategy for Health Data Collection.
This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's my pleasure to introduce my private member's bill, An Act to Establish a National Strategy for Health Data Collection. This enactment would require the Minister of Health to develop a national strategy in consultation with representatives of provincial and territorial governments and of Indigenous governing bodies, as well as with health researchers and public health experts for the collection of health data in order to ensure that such data is available in a consistent manner across Canada for research and policy development. As a physician and former Chief Medical Officer of Health for York Region, my goal in introducing this bill is for the development of a national strategy for health data collection that supports the work of healthcare providers and researchers to lead to improved health outcomes for all Canadians.
Ms. Jazek, seconded by Mr. Van Bynen, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Halan, seconded by Mrs. Stubbs, moves to for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Grooming. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
For Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a great honor to introduce an Act to Amend the Criminal Code. I would like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Lakeland, for seconding the proposed legislation and for her great advocacy in protecting children and the vulnerable from predators. This Conservative bill would make grooming an aggravating factor that the courts would take into account when handing down a sentence for individuals convicted of sexual offences towards young persons. If the courts decide not to give effect to the presence of this aggravating factor in any case, they must give a reason for their decision. For the purpose of the bill, grooming would include communication with victims or conduct in relation to them by a predator, such that it makes the victims more susceptible to sexual abuse by the predator. Grooming is an evil practice that has enabled and continues to enable the victimization of many children. Although the Supreme Court of Canada recognized grooming as an aggravating factor in R versus Friesen, there are still cases in which the courts have not recognized grooming. This bill codifies grooming as an aggravating factor and is an important step towards tougher punishments for those who choose to use this disgusting practice. I call on all parliamentarians to work towards tougher punishments for grooming and the increased protection of children by supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for, Mr. Halan, seconded by Mrs. Stubbs, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motions. La motion suivante.
Motions. The following motion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition has been included on the order paper pursuant to Standing Order 81-4B of the Standing Orders consideration by the Standing Committee on National Defence of all votes under Department of National Defence in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022 be extended beyond May 31st, 2021.
Sub 4, sub B. This motion is deemed adopted. Motions. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the party, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House during the debate on the business of supply pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, on Monday, May 31st, 2021, the time provided for consideration of the main estimates in Committee of the Whole be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 16 periods of 15 minutes each.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for North Island Power River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here today to table two petitions, both of them relating to the opioid crisis, which I think really indicates what a serious concern this is for my constituents. The first one had over 40 signatures, which calls on the Government of Canada to, one, declare the current opioid overdose and fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency under the Emergencies Act in order to manage and resource it with an aim to reduce and eliminate preventable deaths. 2, reform current drug policy to decriminalize personal possession. And 3, create with urgency and immediacy a system to provide safe, unadulterated access to substances so that people who use substances experimentally, recreationally, or chronically are not at imminent risk of overdose due to the contaminant source. The second petitioners, again on the opioid crisis, call upon the government to declare the overdose crisis a national public health emergency so that it is taken seriously and funded appropriately, and to immediately work with provinces and territories to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian action plan, which includes full consideration of reforms that other countries have used to significantly reduce drug-related fatalities and stigma, such as legal regulation and decriminalization for simple possession of illicit drugs. This petition was signed by 88 constituents, and I want to thank Darlana for her hard work on this file. Thank you, Madam.
Tabling petitions, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first is from individuals in our country who are calling on the government, the House of Commons, to pass a criminal code prohibition of sex-selective abortion. Their argument is that it is legal in Canada because we have no laws. It's antithetical to our commitment to human rights, to equality between men and women. And 84% of Canadians believe it should be illegal to have an abortion if the sole purpose is due to the family not wanting a specific sex. And as well, Canada's healthcare professionals have indicated that sex selection is a growing problem in Canada. The second one, Madam Speaker, is in regards to the Tigrayan people, and specifically brought to me by members of the Ethiopian community in Canada. They're very concerned about the current conflict that is going on in that region and are calling on Canada to become involved in ending this violence, call for humanitarian access to the region, for independent monitoring to be allowed, for investigation into credible reports that are out there on war crimes and gross violations of human rights laws, and engage directly and consistently with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments on this conflict, and to promote short, medium, and long-term elections monitoring in Ethiopia. They're calling on our government to take action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to table this petition today. It's initiated by Adrian Huff and Nanaimo Ladysmith, and it's had more than 15,000 signatures with the e-petition and the paper petitions combined. Petitioners are deeply concerned about the ongoing logging of endangered old-growth ecosystems, an ecosystem that has less than 3% of it remaining in British Columbia. Threatened screech owls have been found in the areas that are being logged. More than 130 people have been arrested, including First Nations youth from the Pacheedaht First Nation, whose territory this lies within, and seniors who are lining up to be arrested as well. The petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to work with the provinces and the First Nations to immediately halt logging of endangered old-growth ecosystems, fund the long-term protection of old-growth ecosystems as a priority for Canada's Climate Action Plan and reconciliation with Indigenous people, support value-added forestry initiatives in partnership with First Nations to ensure Canada's forestry industry is sustainable and based on the harvesting of second and third growth forests, ban the export of raw logs and maximize resource use for local jobs, and ban the use of whole trees for wood pellet biofuel production, which is another thing that is happening in British Columbia and is not climate friendly at all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 3 petitions to present to the House today. The first petition highlights the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners by the government of China. They note that this persecution has been going on for some 2 decades. in spite of the fact that Falun Gong practitioners are only seeking to stay true to their spiritual beliefs and their commitment to truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. Petitioners ask the government to take a stronger response to these and other human rights abuses in the People's Republic of China. In particular, they want to see the use of Magnitsky sanctions against those involved in human rights abuses in the PRC. The second petition highlights the situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Petitioners are very concerned about human rights abuses that have been taking place there and ongoing violence, the horrific impact that violence has had on civilians. Petitioners want to see an end to violence, humanitarian access to the region, independent, credible international investigations of war crimes and gross violations of human rights. They want to see the government of Canada engage directly and consistently with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments on this conflict, and also support short, medium, and long-term election monitoring in Ethiopia in light of upcoming elections. The third and final petition is on Bill C-6, the government's bill which purports to seek to ban conversion therapy. Petitioners are supportive of efforts to ban conversion therapy. However, they are very concerned about the definition in the bill, the definition which in substance will ban many things that are not and have nothing to do with conversion therapy, including private conversations in which views on sexuality and gender expression might be expressed. Petitioners call on the government to ban coercive, degrading practices that are designed to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity, to amend Bill C-6 to fix the definition of conversion therapy, thus banning conversion therapy without banning voluntary counseling or criminalizing conversations. And petitioners want to see the government allow parents to speak with their own children about sexuality and gender, and to set house rules about sex and relationships. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 598, 600 and 601, 604 and 606. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 596 and 597, 599, 602, 603, and 605 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered.
If I may, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Does the honourable member have consent to have all remaining questions be allowed to stand? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Has been notice that has been given for a question of privilege. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I recognize that Canadians have big problems and issues and many challenges right now. So it's a regretful duty to rise today on a question of privilege concerning the admissions published late last night by my colleague, the member for Pontiac, concerning his conduct while attending the House on Wednesday. In a statement released on Twitter at 10:34 p.m. last night, the member... I'm sorry.
A technical issue, un point d'ordre. Est-ce qu'il y a de la difficulté avec la traduction?
Is there any problem with translation?
Alors, je sais qu'il y a beaucoup de problèmes à ce bout ici.
I know there's some problems on this end of the house with some technical issues. I'll speak English to make sure that it works. Please let me know.
Is the interpretation working? Yes. So the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, I would ask her to restart her intervention.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to hear that it is working. And as I've indicated, it is, I recognize that Canadians are being challenged right now. There are many issues and problems that we must face, but it is my regretful duty to rise today on the question of privilege concerning the admissions published late last night by my colleague, the member for Pontiac, concerning his conduct while attending the House on Wednesday. In a statement released on Twitter at 10:34 p.m. last night, the member admitted, quote, "Last night, while attending the House of Commons proceedings virtually, a non-public setting, I urinated without realizing I was on camera," end of quote. This shocking event is, in my respectful view, a contempt of this House. On page 81 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, it explains that, and quote, there are, however, other affronts against the dignity and the authority of Parliament which may not fall within one of the specifically defined privileges. Thus, the House also claims the right to punish as a contempt any action which, though not a breach of specific privilege, is an offence against the authority or dignity of the House, end quote. To do what he did within the House is quite frankly an offence to the dignity of Parliament. Though a very quick scan of our precedents does not reveal any past cases of contempt of this specific nature, I would suggest to you two things. Firstly, such shockingly reckless conduct is likely unprecedented. And secondly, no specific precedent is required for this House to act. On page 81 of Boscan Gagnon explains, and I quote, the House of Commons enjoys very wide latitude in maintaining its dignity and authority through the exercise of its contempt power. In other words, the House may consider any misconduct to be contempt and may deal with it accordingly. This area of parliamentary law is therefore extremely fluid and must be valuable for the Commons to be able to meet novel situations. Throughout the Commonwealth, most procedural authorities hold the contempts as opposed to privileges cannot be enumerated or categorized, end of quote. On page 83, it continues, and I quote, just as it is not possible to categorize or to delineate every incident which may not fall under the definition of contempt, it is also difficult to categorize the severity of contempt. Contempts may vary greatly in their gravity. Matters ranging from minor breaches to decorum to grave attacks against the authority of Parliament may be considered as contempt, end of quote. Even though it is impossible to complete an exhaustive list of what might constitute a contempt of Parliament, the United Kingdom's Parliament's Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege included in a 1999 report a collection of various categories of contempts. At the top of the list was, and I quote, interrupting or disturbing the proceedings of or engaging in other misconduct in the presence of the House or a committee, end of quote. That list, including the item of quote, is favorably cited by Boscan Gagnon at pages 82 and 83. The actions of the member for Pontiac, without a doubt, represent the engagement in misconduct in the presence of the House. Now, I know that some could be quick to stress the part of the member's statement that he was, end quote, in a non-public setting. But frankly, Mr. Speaker, there is no part of the House of Commons which is non-public. While I am speaking right now, the cameras are on me. More than 95% of the rest of the chamber is not in the camera shot. That doesn't mean that what's happening outside of the camera shot is non-public or what is happening inside the chamber. It certainly does not stop you from properly calling to order those who are disorderly wherever they may be. I would also refer to the chair to paragraph C of the special order adopted on January the 25th of 2021, which authorizes our current hybrid proceedings, and I quote, any reference in the standing orders to the need for members to rise or to be in their place, as well as the reference to the chair, the table of the chair shall be interpreted in the manner consistent with the virtual nature of the proceedings, end of quote. Consistent with the decision of the House, and by all logic, to turn on your camera and to log on to the House Zooms feed is the same as opening one of those doors behind me and walking down to any of the 338 seats in this majestic room. The use of our webcams and our proceedings is less than a year old, and if I was to say something about it, only temporary. The television cameras filming us have been here since 1977. The House of Commons is, on the other hand, an ancient institution, and its rules and its right long predate cameras and broadcasting equipment. To claim that the happens in the House is only what is in broadcast on the ongoing television feed is nonsense, and it cheapens what is the institution and represents. Whether something happens right here on the floor of this chamber, either in or out of the camera shot, or in the extension of the chamber through the video conferencing, we must apply equal treatment to members' conduct. It falls to us to respond to offensive behavior in the same manner too. The members' behavior, whether committed right here or via Zoom, cannot be condoned. Finally, let me address one further technical matter. On Wednesday evening, the House was sitting in the Committee of the Whole, though it is not clear whether the misconduct of the member of Pontiac occurred before or after the House resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole. In normal practice, question of privilege arises in committee shall first be reported to the House from the committee itself. However, given the practical realities surrounding how committees of the whole conduct their business, you ruled on July 22nd of 2020 at page 2701 of the debates, and I quote, "I accept that the particular circumstances of this situation, notably the challenge surrounding the committee of the whole format, do make it appropriate to bring this matter to the Speaker," end of quote. In closing, Madam Speaker, this is not the first time the member of Ponte has exposed himself while virtually attending a sitting in the House. It is not even the first time this spring. Now, I recognize that he has apologized, and I acknowledge that he requires some form of assistance or intervention. But it does not absolve him from the responsibility for his conduct and his choices while attending a sitting in the House. Even if a member's conduct was unintentional or lacking in malice, we must also recognize that it still puts his colleagues, plus all of the hardworking staff of the House of Commons administration, in a very uncomfortable position. It is incumbent upon us to ensure that the House of Commons is and remains a safe and respectful workplace. Canadians send us to Parliament to represent them because they believe we possess the good judgment necessary to make these important decisions on their behalf. The reckless conduct of the member of Pontiac, admitted completely, undermines that for himself, for each of us, and the institution of Parliament as a whole. What's more is the becoming clearer of day that we must draw a bold, bright line that confirms that logging into virtual House is the same as entering into this room, and that standards of behaviour in both places must be the same. Perhaps the procedure in House Affairs Committee be able to make this to point should be, perhaps the procedure in House Affairs Committee will be able to make this point should the matter eventually refer to them. Madam Speaker, should you agree with me that there is a prima facie contempt, I will be prepared to move an appropriate motion, even if I wish these circumstances never had happened. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I wish to thank the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London for the detailed information she has provided. I will review the information and will return to the House with a response. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments.
National Day for Truth and Reconciliation Act.
Monsieur Guilbeault, appuyé par Monsieur.
Mr. Guilbeault, seconded by Mr. Miller, move that Bill C5, an act to amend the Interpretation Act and the Canada Labour Code, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, be now read a third time and do pass.
Debate. L'honorable ministre du Patrimoine.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And by acknowledging that we are all, whether physically or virtually present today, on the ancestral lands of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. This is not just something we say. A land acknowledgement speaks to the context we are living today and to the new relationship that we are trying to build through our everyday actions. Like many of you, I'm still in shock by the horrors that have been uncovered at the Kamloops Indian Residential School in BC. The remains of 215 children at the residential school is horrifying. The residential school system has caused harm to generations of Indigenous children and communities. For that, the government has apologized. First, in 2008, to former students of residential schools, and in 2017, to former students of Newfoundland and Labrador residential schools, for example. But as we are all acutely aware, Canadians continue to witness tragedies perpetuated against Indigenous peoples. Racism in Canada is an undeniable reality, and reconciliation must be more than apologies. Reconciliation must be about big legislative actions and smaller gestures. It must be about both everyday actions and bold move. Reconciliation is a long-term commitment that requires the engagement of all. It is made up of many actions: apologies, commissions, family conversations, school assemblies, community collaborations, conversations with colleagues, friendships, distinction-based policy changes, infrastructure support, commemorations. There are many opportunities that can be seized for real change. We must act now. Dans le budget 2019, notre gouvernement...
In budget 2019, our government invested $7 billion over 2 years to help non-governmental organizations and community organizations to commemorate the heritage and history of Indian residential schools. Thanks to this funding, over 200 organizations across the country are receiving money for projects that will help raise awareness about this dark history in Canada's dark chapter in Canada's history.
To provide $13.4 million over 5 years, with $2.4 million ongoing to Canadian Heritage for events to commemorate the history and legacy of residential schools and to honor survivors, their families, and communities, as well as to support celebrations and commemoration events during the proposed National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. These numbers show that, despite the pandemic, the need and interest of communities to be able to honor and commemorate as they see fit are high. People want to tell their stories, and they want to stand witness so that new stories can be told. They want to honor the survivors. They need to heal, and they want to learn so that they can act for change. This kind of groundswell of interest shows that Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples alike recognize the importance of commemorating this history. Ce financement commémoratif.
This funding and the creation of a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation show how important all of these histories and cultures are. We need to be able to shed light on the harm that was done so that we can deal with this history and commit to doing better. I think that we can all agree that it's important to recognize the deep impact that Indian residential schools had on First Nations people, as well as Inuit and Métis people.
The Indian Act legislated government control over almost every aspect of Indigenous people's lives, including mandatory attendance at residential schools. Governments throughout Canada's history continued to uphold legislation and follow policies that have perpetuated systemic racism in our society. With the social upheaval that is occurring globally, we must harness the generational potential to reduce racism in our world. Residential schools targeted the children. We can turn that on its head and aim to educate the next generation, to uphold inclusive values, to prioritize respect above all in communities, in school, in families, and digital spaces. The words from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's final report bear repeating. All Canadian children and youth deserve to know Canada's honest history, including what happened in residential schools, and to appreciate the rich history and knowledge of Indigenous nations who continue to make such a strong contribution to Canada, including our very name and collective identity as a country. For Canadians from all walks of life, reconciliation offers a new way of living together. This statutory holiday helps to build that new way of living together, particularly in the global context of calls for social justice. This day is part of how we build back stronger together. People might ask how one day will make a difference. How will one day that establishes a statutory holiday for a limited number of people can make a difference? It is telling that people don't ask these questions about Remembrance Day, recognizing the selfless sacrifices that veterans made to a global effort against oppression is appropriate and right. But shining a light on a dark history of oppression of our own making is also right. It is uncomfortable, but perhaps it is because it is uncomfortable that we should commit to it. Dr. Mary Wilson, one of the 3 commissioners of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, spoke to the importance of a national statutory holiday. She said that the reconciliation is, I quote, very tied to issues of law and public policy, end of quote, and that signaling that the importance of reconciliation to those who work on these issues is valuable. As we've said before, a national day reveals our priorities. It says that this issue is important and we should be paying attention to it, not just on this day, but throughout the year. Just as Remembrance Day is not only for veterans, A National Day for Truth and Reconciliation is not only for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Just as we honor veterans on Remembrance Day, but also highlight our values as a nation on that day, so too would we honor survivors and those lost on the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, but also reflect on our path as a nation, on our values, on how our values have shifted, and how we can chart a new path for Canada, one that includes everyone who calls these lands home. In so many ways, our lives and our world have witnessed loss, and our realities have been forever changed. There is no doubt that these are complex, difficult times right now, but Canadians do not shy away from the tough issues. Reconciliation is tough, but we can make progress on a just journey together with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. The establishment of a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation fulfills calls to Action 80 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's final report. It is an important action to take, and we must act immediately so that this day becomes part of our reality this year. Miigwech, merci, nakumik, thank you, merci.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his comments. I have to say that the NDP absolutely supports fast-tracking Bill C-5. This should have actually become law in the last Parliament, as it mimics the bill that the former MP Georgina Jollebois brought forward. Now, with that being said, I hope that this will, in fact, pass through the Senate this time. What assurances can the member provide to the House that this will, in fact, become law this time round?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the question. And as I have said the first time that Bill C-5 was introduced into the House, I recognize all the work that had been done by Madame Jolybois on all of this. And in fact, the bill does reflect what had been tabled during the last Parliament. As the member well known, the Senate is an independent body of Parliament. That being said, the government has been hard at work for many months, talking to a number of senators to try and ensure that the bill makes it through the Senate in the fastest possible way, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it is a very significant day that once again we are seeing a step forward on what is a very important issue for all Canadians, no matter what their background might be. When we talk about reconciliation and moving forward, legislation of this nature plays a very important role in doing just that. And I'm wondering if I could just ask for the Minister to provide his thoughts just in general, in terms of how important it is that we continue to move forward on an ongoing basis towards a healthier relationship with First Nations and moving towards reconciliation.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. In my view, and I think in most of our views, reconciliation is a path, is a journey that we are taking with First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. And there are a number of things that we as government, as the Crown, need to do on that path to reconciliation. They include things like the adoption of the bill UNDRIPT. They include the implementation of the Indigenous Languages Act, which I have the honor and privilege of being responsible for. It certainly, and speaking of Indigenous languages in this country, when I'd like to remember this House that when our government came into power in 2015, the federal government invested $5 million for Indigenous languages across the country. This year, it'll be more than $100 million, and I don't think that's enough. I think that we need to do more, and we are working with our Indigenous partners to see what the adequate and long-term level of funding would be for Indigenous languages. So there are many things that we must do on this path to reconciliation, but moving forward will be with Bill C5. And as I reminded,
so I'm going to allow one more question on this here. Questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Speaking of reconciliation, of course, the Canadian government continues to fight First Nations children at the Human Rights Tribunal. Dr. Cindy Blackstock has done tremendous work in challenging the government advocating on behalf of Indigenous children and their rights. So why does the government persist to take Indigenous children to court?
Brief answer from the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you again for the question. This is obviously a very complex issue, one with which our government is seasoned. We are doing everything we can to find a quick resolution to many of these issues, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C5, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Before I would begin, I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to speak to the very horrible discovery made yesterday afternoon in Kamloops. The news yesterday of the remains of 215 children found buried at a former residential school in Kamloops is tragic beyond words. We, I think, on all sides of the House wish to express our deepest sympathies to the residents of that First Nation and surrounding Indigenous communities who are sharing in this trauma. We also want to acknowledge the deep sorrow and mourning that all Indigenous peoples and survivors of residential schools are experiencing at this time. While communities and families grapple with this unthinkable revelation, we must come together in support and provide whatever assistance is necessary to aid in the healing process and to provide whatever resources are needed to protect, honor, and identify those children. Residential schools are a national shame that has had a profoundly lasting and damaging impact on Indigenous culture, heritage, and language. In the words of former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, the government of Canada built an educational system in which very young children were often forcibly removed from their homes and often taken far from their communities. Many were inadequately fed, clothed, and housed. All were deprived of the care and nurturing of their parents, grandparents, and communities. First Nations, Inuits, and Métis languages and cultural practices were prohibited in those schools. And tragically, some of those children died while attending residential schools, and others never returned home. We have been reminded that more work needs to be done to address the devastating and hurtful effects that residential schools had and still has on many survivors today. I want to echo the words heard earlier this morning in the House, that to those who love those children, know that the whole of Canada mourns with you and that your loss will never be forgotten. With that in mind, Speaker, I would like to turn our attention to the matter at hand, Bill C5. Speaker, this legislation would establish a national day for truth and reconciliation for federally regulated private sector and federal public sector workers that will be observed as a statutory holiday on September 30th. Call to action number 80 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls upon the federal government, in collaboration with Indigenous peoples, to establish a national day for truth and reconciliation as a statutory holiday. The choice of September 30th builds on the grassroots momentum of Orange Shirt Day, which is already known as a day to remember the legacy of residential schools and move forward with reconciliation. Conservatives proudly observe Indigenous Peoples Day every year and encourage Canadians to participate in local gatherings. Canada is one of only a few countries in the world where Indigenous and treaty rights are entrenched in our Constitution. Educating Canadians about the rights is an important part of the path to reconciliation. Unfortunately, at times, the Liberals seem to have no plan to develop a reconciliation education strategy to provide Canadians with learning opportunities about Indigenous Canadians and the horrific, dark chapter in Canada's history of residential schools. We hope that will be quickly remedied. Other federal holidays, like Remembrance Day, commemorate through educational campaigns, while this bill does not include such a plan. We hope that one will be forthcoming very soon, and I offer my sincere assistance to the minister in helping get that done. While the Conservative Party supports and has promoted Indigenous Peoples Day, we believe more needs to be done to advance the rights of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. Encouraging Indigenous businesses, building strong economies in Indigenous communities, developing Indigenous supply chains, and giving Indigenous kids hope for a brighter future is essential to the future of Canada. The Conservative Party supports treaty rights and the process of reconciliation with Canada's of the Indigenous peoples living in Canada. As mentioned earlier, in 2008, then Prime Minister Stephen Harper delivered a historic apology to former residential school students, their families, and communities for Canada's role in the operation of the schools. Our former Conservative government also created the Truth and Reconciliation Commission as part of the 2007 Indian Residential Schools Settlement Agreement, which recognized that the Indian residential school system had a profoundly lasting and damaging impact on Indigenous culture, language, and heritage. The Commission's report reflected the hard work and dedication to building public awareness about residential schools and fostering reconciliation, understanding, and respect. The final report of the TRC helped to explain this dark chapter in Canadian history, and the calls to action addressed the legacy of the residential schools and advanced the process of reconciliation. So, as mentioned, more needs to be done to address the outstanding recommendation in that report. They need to be addressed and addressed quickly so that we can get on to getting that hard work of tackling issues that will actually improve the lives of Indigenous peoples right across Canada. There is a lot of support for this bill. Carlin Bigsnake and his wife, Lisa, descendants and survivors of the residential school system from Siksika Nation and former member of its chief and council, spoke in support, stating, "We were raised with negative impacts of history. Adopting the bill would show the government's sincerity and commitment of the federal government to address truth and reconciliation for Indigenous people. Together, we can begin to heal the past and look forward to a united, prosperous future." End quote. Stacey Allison Casson, an assistant professor at the University of Toronto and chair of the Canadian Federation of Library Associations Indigenous Matters Committee, also spoke in favor of the bill, stating, and I quote, "Creating a national day of truth and reconciliation will create further weight and impetus for a day of remembering and learning for all Canadians." End quote. My colleague from North Okanagan Shuswap reminded us in his speech at second reading that while we say every child matters, we need to remember that all children matter, even if they're now adults. So we have many people who are still locked in that time when they were not in that program. End quote. On a tragic day where we are reminded of the horrific, shameful history of the residential school system. On a day when we must honor and do what we can to make amends to those children whose lives were tragically cut short. We must also remember that there are many survivors of that system who are now still with us today. We must honor their memories and ensure that the racist, colonial practices of the past are never, ever repeated again. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to not see the clock at 1:30. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member, moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Carried.
Well done.
Oh, good.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments? Sorry, questions and comments, sir? Okay. Yeah. Okay. And so the member from Sydney, Victoria.
Yes, I'd like to thank the member for his comments and his work at INAN. I'm glad that the member brought up the need for education to be part of reconciliation moving forward. And we all know that provincial governments are in control of their own curriculum, but I'm wondering if the member could speak to some of the important education and awareness we need to create around the Indigenous residential schools and how our government can help work with the provinces to reflect those the changes and the need for more awareness around residential schools.
Member from Halliburton, Kawartha, Brock Lakes, I think, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. And as a reminder, I am your next door neighbor in the riding, so I appreciate that. And thank you very much for that question from my friend from Nova Scotia. He does great work on the committee, and always a pleasure listening to his experience, his knowledge, and I really appreciate the education that he and I think all members on the committee are continuing to receive from him and others. So we do appreciate that. Yeah, I think I agree with him that I think we all need to work together. The government needs to work with the provinces to continue to ensure that people of all ages do recognize and even acknowledge what happened with the residential school system and what a stain they are in Canadian history. I think that is something I don't think any Canadian is proud of, and I think we all need to continue to work harder to ensure that those strategies are remembered.
The member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and I want to thank him for clearly articulating the horrific, shameful history of the Indian residential school. And clearly today is a really difficult day for all of the survivors and their families that attended Indian residential school, and that's no different for New Chonlath people. And I'm going to share a tweet from Mariah Charlson, the Vice President of the New Chonlath people who were impacted, who had their members that were sent there. She cites, "My father, aunties and uncles went to residential school, some to Kamloops Indian residential school. The truth continues to be revealed. The truth so many of our survivors have lived with. My heart aches. The genocide inflicted by Canada has lasting effects." Mr. Speaker, I guess my question to the member is, in honor of those survivors, we saw the previous bill in the last parliament tabled by Georgina Jolibois for this very important day, a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Here we're talking about today, making it a statutory holiday and ensuring that we reflect on the colonial history, its past and current impacts on Indigenous people and Indigenous women and girls. Does my colleague, what is he going to do to help get this through the Senate, given that the Conservatives in the Senate held this bill up in the last Parliament?
The member from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from British Columbia. And again, my sympathies to the people of your riding and of British Columbia and all across Canada as we learn details of the news from Kamloops. It's tragic and horrific, and words don't even explain. But in terms of his question, as you'll see very shortly, Conservatives will be continuing to support Bill C-5. We obviously had a few questions during the committee process that we were able to discuss, including concerns about actually when the government will be ending some of these boil water advisories, when a lot of these paths to reconciliation will be implemented, and what the agenda is on how to get there. So those questions needed to be answered through the committee phase. Some questions are still there, but overall, I think we are ready to support the bill and move it through the process.
Thank you. Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the member from Manicouagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must admit that I am quite shaken today as I speak on C5. Obviously, it is because of the events that have occurred over the past week, where the bodies of 215 Indigenous children were found behind a residential school. Earlier, I was thinking, and I thought that if we think only of that image, it's a horrible image in and of itself, but it shows us the extent to which any action, as humble as it may be, such as the one we're talking about today, to commemorate, to remember in the spirit of reconciliation, of course, and a spirit of truth-seeking, because that is what is happening now. We have had the shock of a horrible truth. Madam Speaker, it is with a great deal of emotion that I rise to speak on this bill. I spoke of this image, but it is something concrete. It shows us that we are in a process and that nothing is over, and it is necessary to continue to move forward. The Bloc Québécois, of course, agrees with this bill and supports it for all the reasons that have been mentioned earlier and that I will also mention now. If we tell stories and draw a picture, that can help, because the goal of this day is to remember in an active way. And I mean by that memory is something where we think about something, but we reflect and we try to heal, but also to take action. There are a number of other human beings in this House because we're talking about something that is very basic to all of us. Sometimes it's easy to be quite scientific, but it's not possible here. I was talking to somebody in my riding. They told me their story, the story that must be the story of so many others, in fact. And when I was listening to this story, this history, I was listening as a mother, as a woman, as a daughter, a sister, an elected representative in all the ways possible that you can listen to someone. And the individual in question, a man, told me that at the age of 2, in a Nutaquan community where there were no roads, of course, to get there, the white man came and took him. He was kidnapped. Kidnapped is the right word, taken from his family, and he was taken into a residential school. We're talking about a child. I have a 3-year-old myself. I have a great deal of difficulty imagining even that my child be taken away from me and also taken hundreds of kilometers away from home, somewhere where all that my child might know, any child might know, is no longer there. And he went. He went for a year. He was taken back in the summer. The first summer was difficult because he started to lose his bearings. He went back to a community that seemed to be a bit foreign to him. A second summer, and then a third summer, and then at some point, he forgot the language that he knew and learned. At home, he forgot the smells, the tastes, the people. And it seemed to him as if he was no longer that same child, that Innu child that he was when he had left so long ago, and he no longer asked to go home because he had lost all his bearings. When I think of this story, because this man did go home finally, and he did great things for his nation, but the human being, the Innu, who went back home was never the same. He was deprived of his language. He was deprived of his culture. He was deprived of his family, his loved ones, love. And to go back then later, what do you do when you're no longer yourself, when you've lost all ties? Ties to the people that you love, ties to your culture, ties to your nation. So he reappropriated his language over years and his culture. But there was still a fracture, and it remains. And he became, in turn, a father and even a grandfather today. He has a number of grandchildren. And the transmission, well, he lost everything. He even lost contact with his family because he was taken so far away. This question shows the extent to which I talked earlier about a process, but I really want to insist on something that continues. There is a back and forth in the past, but also moving forward into the future, because you have to transmit your language, your culture, in short, to be yourself. This is one story among so many others, but it demonstrates, even if it's just this one story that you hear, that we need to have a day like this on September 30th to ensure truth and reconciliation, both for the Indigenous peoples and for others. Perhaps not those who are here in this House, but we have a past. We have a colonial past, and we also have a colonial present, I would even say. So there must be very strong actions and many rapid actions that must be taken. This day is one of them. Madam Speaker, what I wish today, because I spoke about a specific case, but I would hope that all the will being shown in the House, because there have been many symbolic gestures in terms of ideas and values and principles expressed. And I dare hope that we can move more quickly in a number of areas, because when we talk about the First Nations today, you no doubt are all too well aware that the Indian Act still exists. It is an egregious example of systemic racism. If there is any such example, that is one. And I would also say, somebody earlier talked about the issue of water. There are essential needs as human beings that we all have, and water is not available to all Indigenous children now. I am also thinking of education. We talk about acculturation, which is the result of the assimilation process to some extent and residential school legacy. But how are Indigenous languages and Indigenous cultures being protected when we know that Indigenous children have less money for education than other children do? So a day such as this day is something that the Bloc wishes to see come to occur on every September 30th, yet there remains so much to be done. I hope that by ensuring that this is passed, there will be an implementation. And of course, the symbol is essential, but we also need there to be concrete actions taken on the ground to ensure that we do not remain in the symbolic, but we ensure there are resources that are given to the communities. We're talking about truth and reconciliation, and I would also like us to go further still and for us to talk about growth, the growth of First Nations, Indigenous peoples, and children. And I salute the courage of the people in my riding. I'm thinking of the parents who lost their children. Some 60 years ago, their children were taken away from them. They left by plane. They never came back, ever, like the children in Kamloops. And what I wish for them, as I do for all Indigenous peoples, is that they may have confidence confidence that if their child leaves, that they will know that their child is safe and that they will be able to live in dignity, respect, and love like all children should. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
For Courtney Alberning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I really want to thank my colleague for her really important and thoughtful and compassionate speech that her statement today on the news of the finding of the young children that were lost in the Indian residential schools, the horrific losses that took place there. And we know this isn't the only residential school. And my heart aches for those children who were never given the opportunity to live the life that they so deeply deserved. And I share my condolences with all of the families of those impacted and those that were impacted right across our country. We know that the importance of this bill is critical to show support for Indigenous people in this important National Day of Reconciliation. And can my colleague speak about how important it is that Parliament move this bill quickly, given that there might be an election this year, and the importance of the Senate fast-tracking this bill to demonstrate, its support for the Truth and Reconciliation, the calls to action, and the importance of this bill to demonstrate to Indigenous people that we're together and behind them. Could she speak about the importance of that?
The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question and comments. It's nice to know that both of our hearts in the right place when it comes to this issue. When he talks about how important this is, I would say that it's necessary. It's beyond important, it must be done. Every gesture is necessary. I hope that this is done quickly. Conciliation is about putting together. We want to solidify connections. Every act is a way of asking to be trusted again, and trust takes time, and we have no time to lose in order to get it back. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Merci, through you, Speaker, pour mon collègue for...
Thank you to my colleague for her great speech.
I was wondering if the member could maybe talk more about the importance that we as citizens can do every day, especially those of us who are non-Indigenous, to help along the path of reconciliation there. I look forward to her comments, and once again, thank you for a great speech.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, as my honourable colleague just said, I would like to thank him for his comment. On the legislative side, everything's important, of course, but every act, every gesture that we make, as I have, as he has, as other colleagues have, by rising in this place and participating in reconciliation, every gesture is important. As individuals, every single day. And I talk about gestures, but I also want to talk about listening, because we're not done listening. We have to still listen to First Nations who still have a great deal to say. This is a process, and I hope that we listen with our heads and our hearts. A brief question. The Honourable Member for Shefford.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie ma...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Manicouagan for her emotional speech. I know that she has a great deal of contact with Indigenous communities in her riding. We're talking about reconciliation, commemoration, but what about how this day could help us to realize that too many women are victims of violent acts in Indigenous communities when we talk about missing and murdered Indigenous girls, trafficked women who are often more trafficked than other groups of women? How can we deal with these very real issues for Indigenous women and girls? A brief answer, the Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Once again, this is a landmark, and there should be many landmarks to consider, but I would say that this day shows that our will is that for Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples who want to participate in this, who want to reflect, communicate, share. I think that this is the way to do it. There has to be contact, communication, understanding, empathy on this day, and we need to also use other gestures to communicate that. Resuming debate.
For Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm speaking to you today from the unceded Coast Salish territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. Today is a dark, dark day, and the dark clouds that hangs in the air as we learn of the news in BC at the Kamloops Residential School, and it just shakes you to the core. To the families and friends of the children, I cannot imagine what you must be going through. We can say we mourn with you and send our strength and support as you're confronted with this horrific news and are forced to relive the trauma of colonization and the egregious impact of residential school. These are, of course, words, and it's not our family members who's lost the loved ones. But I do want to say that with all my heart, and I know that of all my colleagues, the NDP, the Liberals, the Conservatives, the Bloc, the Greens, all of us stand with you, and we share your mournings, and we take it deeply of what this means. The findings is a reminder that the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation estimated that more than 150,000 Indigenous children attended residential school. They also estimated that 4,100 children died at the school and are identified in death records, some by name and some not. Just imagine that for 1 minute, if that was your child. The exact number of children who died is not known, as many were taken to residential school and many never returned. So let us remember this, and let us never forget the generational impact of Canada's shameful history. And for us to say these words, then we must redouble our effort in every single action that we do in addressing this shameful history. And reconciliation cannot just be words, that it must be in action. And let us also never forget the words that this is not an Indigenous people's problem, that it is a Canadian problem. Remember these words each and every day. And that's what I ask for all members of the House. And I ask all Canadians to remember those words and to act on those words. Today, we're talking about Bill C-5, a bill that would honor Indigenous people, that will set the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation as a statutory holiday. And it is a recognition of the call to action number 80 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report stated, and I quote, "Reconciliation is not an Indigenous problem. It is a Canadian one. Virtually all aspects of Canadian society may need to be reconsidered." We as non-Indigenous peoples must carry these profound words with us each and every day in everything that we do. And as mentioned, is particularly significant with the news of what's happened at the Kamloops Residential School. What does it mean for us? There is no question that we need to get this bill passed. I want to honor former MP Georgina Jolly-Bois, who brought forward her own private member's bill in the last parliament. It in fact went through all three stages in the House. And then when it went to the Senate blocked it. The unelected Senate blocked it, and it never became law. I hope that this doesn't happen again, And I call on the government, the Conservatives, all members of the House to do everything that they can to ensure that Bill C-5 becomes law. The NDP is in full support in seeing this expedited and to get through the House of Commons so that we can honor Indigenous peoples, their history, their culture, to remember the trauma, the impact, the generational impact of colonization, but equally important, to celebrate them, to truly honor them and celebrate them, to take a statutory holiday, and not as a day off, but as a day to learn about Indigenous peoples and their culture and their history, and take to heart what it means, to show the respect that they deserve and that was robbed of them so many years ago. The call for collective action across Canada in recognition of First Nations, the Métis and Inuit peoples, of their history, of their rights, of their cultures and languages, must be the heart of our work. They are the first peoples of this land, and we must never forget that. Whether we're talking about conflicts that's going on right now, when we're talking about land back, on issues around rights, we must remember this, not only just in the face of the news of Kamloops residential school, but it must be the guide for the work that we do. When we're talking about the voices of Indigenous peoples, it cannot just be to say that we consult with them. It must be in the context of the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and honoring them of having inherent rights and acknowledging it and acting on it. When we're talking about reconciliation, now this bill does not address socioeconomic challenges faced by Indigenous communities, but it is a reflection on the colonial history and its current effects on the rights of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities across the country. And that is an important step. But equally important, though, and I asked the minister of this question, why on earth is the Canadian government taking Indigenous children to court? And his answer was, well, this is a complex issue. Well, I say this, it is not that complex. Step up and own up. Stop taking Indigenous children to court, period. This is something that the Canadian government can do and must do. That's how you show reconciliation, in action and not just in words. When we talk about water safety, water is sacred. We depend on it. Our lives depend on it. So why are we still dealing with water advisories? The government will say, we're making progress. Well, how about that? We're making progress. How is it acceptable, though, that people do not have access to clean, safe drinking water? How is it acceptable that this is happening for Indigenous people? How is it acceptable that we take this incremental approach to get there?
Literally, she's just right.
It is not.
Ask the Honourable, I apologize. I want to ask the Honourable Member Courtney Albany to make sure that his microphone is off. And I will allow the Honourable Member for Vancouver East to continue her speech. She has 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'll wrap up to simply say this. Don't just talk the talk, walk the walk. Show it with the action. That is true reconciliation. And for this bill, let's get it done. Let's honor the work of former MP Georgina Jolibois. Let's honor all Indigenous peoples, their history, their culture, and get this bill passed. And the House should not rise until it passes the Senate and this becomes law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to sincerely thank the member for Vancouver East for her well-felt speech. She insisted a lot on action. Of course, everyone today, our thoughts are with the parents of the victims' 215 children, as well as all of the others for whom we don't even have a name. A symbolic gesture that we have once a year is a good one, but I was wondering if the member could talk about ways for us to proceed afterwards to avoid paternalism. Because even in this House, sometimes there are people with good intentions who give speeches and talk about economic development, and yet the solution is not to go and push our way of doing things onto others, but to grant autonomy so that they can develop in their own fashion and make their decisions for education or other issues and have a real partnership. I'd like to hear what she has to say about that. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the member for the question. And of course, absolutely, we must honor Indigenous peoples and recognize their right to self-govern, and that in fact they did exactly that before settlers came to this land. And when we talk about action that needs to be taken from the government, and when we talk about resource, for example, we need to honor Indigenous peoples and their rights, and to recognize their inherent rights. And informed prior consent also must be at the heart of all of those decisions.
That's the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. The honourable member for
Sorry, I've got the mute off now. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her remarks. And just picking up on the last question, issues around self-determination and development. One of the most challenging issues that we deal with in the development space is when there are differences of opinion between different Indigenous communities, or there are different representative bodies, whether it's a hereditary authority structure or an elected authority structure, that are coming to different conclusions. And my view would be that respecting the autonomy of Indigenous communities, respecting self-government, means deferring to the wishes of elected community leaders and allowing those decisions to stand. I wonder if the member has any guidance in terms of respecting Indigenous rights from her perspective, how we would resolve these cases where there is disagreement among different representative bodies or different communities.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And part of course, respecting Indigenous peoples would be respecting both hereditary chiefs' points of view as well as that of the elected bodies. And what we should do is, in fact, give them the time, the space, and the resources to resolve these issues. All too often, and we just heard from the member just now to say, this is my perspective. Well, good on you. That's your perspective. But what we need to do is to respect Indigenous peoples and their voice and their perspective.
Then comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain. A brief question, please.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Vancouver East for her intervention and her compassion on this. But I find it very disappointing that I have to stand here today and debate an issue that was already passed in the 42nd Parliament on all stages by our former colleague Georgina Jolibois, and yet get blocked at the Senate. An important issue like this, and here we're back again debating the same issue. So what I'm hearing today, Madam Speaker, is all the parties agree that this is going to get passed. So I'm going to ask my colleague, does she agree that the government has to work swiftly on this to encourage, to make sure they get a quick passage? And we all parties encourage the Senate to deal with this issue ASAP to make sure this never happens again and history doesn't repeat itself.
Brief answer from the member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. No question. Absolutely. Every single member in this House should do everything they can to ensure that this becomes law. It was shameful that Georgina's bill did not pass the Senate in the last Parliament. Likewise, ONDRIP did not pass because of the Senate in the last Parliament as well. And we're yet back in this Parliament debating ONDRIP as well. That should never happen because of the work of the unelected Senate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to acknowledge the unceded Wolastoqey territory from which I speak today and the immense privilege I carry as a settler in this land. I would like to begin by extending my deepest condolences and to send strength to all who will be re-traumatized by this new and devastating information regarding the realities of Indian residential schools in Canada. The remains of 215 children have been found buried on the site of a former residential school in Kamloops, BC, using ground-penetrating radar, confirming what families and communities have known but could not substantiate until now. This new knowledge is truth. We need to confront our past and our present with truth before we can even build reconciliation. I remember when I was first introduced to the concept of residential schools. It was during my post-secondary studies, largely on my own and in conversations with family and friends. It was not taught to me in school. We only learned that Canada is a land of peacekeepers and apologetic people whose brave pioneer ancestors defied the odds in a barren land to build the country we have today. We have worked very hard to erase the history and culture of Indigenous peoples. We have also worked very hard to erase the people themselves, as well as the evidence of these crimes. Prime Minister Harper's historic apology was largely in response to a mounting potential litigation as rumors and horror stories became all too real, with well-documented acts of genocide bubbling to the surface. Yes, genocide. Not simply cultural genocide, preventing language and tradition from flourishing, but the United Nations definition of genocide. From the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, Article 2 of the United Nations, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. A, killing members of the group, like throwing a child down a flight of stairs or out a third-story window, as outlined in Isabel Knockwood's incredible novel, Out of the Depths. B, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, like separating children from their parents and communities, like threatening those who witness abuse with the same fate, like force-feeding expired food, shaving sacred hair, and stripping children of their given names and mother tongue, as so many experiences across the country have documented. C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, like deliberately exposing children to fatal diseases and being proud enough or brazen enough to take photos and share them in textbooks for years to come in celebration of the efforts undertaken to address the Indian problem. The problem, of course, in Canada was their existence. D, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, like forced sterilizations, forced abortions, and infanticide, targeting specific family bloodlines, like those of hereditary chiefs or strong leaders. E, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. And sadly, Madam Speaker, we see this continue today, with more Indigenous children in care today than they were enrolled in residential schools at the height of their operation in Canada. There were schools in almost every province and territory in Canada. New Brunswick likes to gloss over this fact, but we too had institutions where children were treated like animals or worse, and parents were stripped of their rights right here in our backyard, simply before Confederation, so Canada washed its hands of accountability. In doing my own research, I studied survivor testimonials, historic news articles, and official records. It took me 2 years to pour through the information. I wept, I was angry, ridden with guilt, frustration. I particularly remember watching the film We Were Children, with my high school students as their cultural teacher. I was 6 months pregnant with my second child, an Indigenous child who would be born with the same beautiful brown skin that his father has. I could not contain my emotion, as I can't right now. My baby seemed more and more like a miracle, the descendant of survivors. Excuse me. My sons have never met their great-grandparents. They died too young. We called them survivors because they came from Shubenacadie, alive, when so many did not. However, the nightmare of their experiences would follow them, would continue to eat away at their soul, will be present in their parenting style, in their substance abuse, in their domestic violence, in their internalized racism, in their pain. The discovery of the remains of 215 innocent children is beyond devastating. Canada, apologies, payouts, even days of recognition will never be enough. 215 families were given no answers about their babies, some as young as 3 years old, the same age as my youngest child. When we have senators, leaders of political parties, and everyday Canadians suggesting that these schools had good intentions, weren't all bad, or were a product of the times, I say, how dare you? Systemic murder, often in front of other children, followed with threats and intimidation, and a disgusting cover-up with the use of mass graves, forged records, and death certificates. This is not an isolated incident for this school. One child's death and erasure are criminal, despicable. 215, with the potential of more grave sites across Canada to be found now more likely than ever, is genocide. We are so quick to step on our pedestal and wave our fingers at other countries for their transgressions, when our stool may well sit on the graves of Indigenous children killed by church and state right here in Canada. Shame. Shame. There is no apology in the world that will take this pain away. There has been a lot of talk of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in Canada, but truth must come first, and the truth is that most Canadians have no idea of the full impact of residential schools, the residual effects, and the intergenerational trauma. Bill C-5 is a necessary step to fulfill a recommendation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and to bring much needed awareness to the horrors of past as well as those that continue. Make no mistake, missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit peoples is part of this legacy. Joyce Etchicon's death is part of this legacy. Chantal Moore's death is part of this legacy. A National Day of Reconciliation is only as good as the space it creates for truth. Truth about what has been and truth about what is. I fully support Bill C-5, and I stand with my colleagues in this House today to see that it becomes law. It is long overdue. It is reactive rather than proactive, however. For those children and their families, please, we must do better. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member, the honourable l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquin.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank our colleague for the Green Party for her speech. It was very touching. We share part of her emotions today. I don't know if that's of any comfort, but I was wondering, I'd like to ask the question that I asked earlier. What is the path towards reconciliation? This recognizing this day is unanimous in the House, but to ensure reconciliation, for it to really happen, we can't be paternalistic. We have to make sure that they can make their own decisions for us to live in a real partnership, and I'd like to hear what she has to say about that. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And absolutely, the legacy of paternalism continues. I very boldly voted against Bill C-15, and I know it came as a shock for a lot of people, but it was a protest. It was because we still have the Indian Act in Canada. Those parents of those children were unable to seek legal counsel because it was illegal in our country to do so. So we have not done the work of reconciliation, and to pass a bill to say that it may happen, with a stroke of a pen is irresponsible, and it continues that paternalistic approach. Indigenous communities have the capacity, they have the leadership to determine their own fates. They must be given the resources that they need to do that, and that is the way forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. And I know I worked for the government of Saskatchewan when they dedicated a Indian industrial school a cemetery to be a provincial historic site, and how powerful that ceremony was, and the memory of those lives that were lost in unmarked graves there. It is a tragic part of our history. So I thank the member for bringing this forward, and I'm glad to see that we can see that this is passed. And I just wanted to make more of a comment than a question, but thank the member for her speech.
Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank very much my colleague for those kind words. I mentioned my role as a teacher, and I worked at a middle school here in the city of Fredericton, where outside is a very famous large cemetery. It's from members of the community from days gone by, but the children often make comments about looking outside and how sad it is to see a cemetery, rather than say a playground or something more uplifting. And the truth is, for so many children in residential schools, that was the reality. Every school had a graveyard. That reality alone should shock us all into action. The action is the key. So we can be as upset as we want, we can be as moved as we want, but unless those actions follow, we are still failing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to say thank you so much to the members. Very thoughtful and heartfelt speech. Just exactly to the point around action. What we know is that there is such delay in implementing the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls calls for action. The government promised that, in fact, they would deliver on that last year, and still we're nowhere near. I wonder if the member could comment on that. Should the pandemic be an excuse to say that that's why there's a delay, or is it the opposite, because the pandemic, that we need to actually step up on the action?
Honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank so much my honourable colleague for that question. And you're right, there's no justification for inaction on the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's file. And if anything, the pandemic exacerbated issues specifically for women or for vulnerable communities, and to see that we're potentially using that as an excuse it's beyond upsetting. And we also failed to follow through with the recommendations from the Royal Commission. We follow through with the recommendations from the TRC. We've ticked off a couple, but we're nowhere near what we need to achieve. So it's just, I'm so frustrated. And again, I have to just mention C-15, and that's really, I hope people can understand what I was trying to do with that. And it's to educate. We're not there yet. We have to continue these really difficult conversations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'll allow for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my dear friend and colleague from Fredericton for a very important speech. I noted her reference to Chantel Moore, and I want to ask her, Chantel Moore being a young woman from Vancouver Island, from Newtowneth Territory, who was killed in the area where the honourable member for Fredericton lives and works. Is there any update? Has her family been given any information about how she was murdered in the course of a wellness check?
A brief answer from the member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for bringing up this issue. I have to say her name as many times as I can. Chantel Moore, her family, they deserve answers, they deserve justice, and our province can no longer sit on that report. It has been completed for some time now, and they need to see every cross T and dotted I of what went into what happened that night. And we need to look across Canada about what wellness checks bring on, what kind of threats it brings to people of color, to Indigenous people across this country. We continue to fail. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comme il est 13h50, conforme.
It being 1:50, pursuant to order adopted earlier today, this motion is deemed adopted, and motion C5, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, is deemed read a third time and passed.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
It being 1:51, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Private business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-233, Sex-Selective Abortion Act, standing in the name of Ms. Wagenthal.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I'd really like to say that I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-233, brought forward by the member for Yorkton Melville, but that would be a lie. Because contrary to what some might think, or I should say contrary to what some people are trying to make you think, Bill C-233 is not a bill that seeks to redress the balance between young boys and young girls. It is not a bill to combat sexism. It's an anti-abortion bill, period. It's a pretext. It's a backdoor method to create an opening in a debate that we had hoped was closed and had been closed for many decades. It is a shameless hijacking of the discourse of human rights to hide very different intentions. And this is not just a gratuitous accusation, Madam Chair, contrary to what some of my colleagues might accuse me of after my speech. This is actually a very well-documented situation, and it's been the subject of at least 2 reports by Radio-Canada, CBC, before the last election. In these reports, journalists mentioned that the pro-life lobby has a new tactic. And in my opinion, I would also say that the term pro-life is a bit of a misnomer. I think it's an attempt to put a positive spin on the term anti-abortion, even though that's a more accurate term. The groups mentioned in these reports have in recent years adopted new strategies. Their stated goal is to get dozens of anti-abortion members of parliament elected. Alyssa Golub, one of the co-founders of the group Right Now, explained the following on camera, and I quote, "But if instead of spending 2 hours with the sign on a sidewalk, we spend that time canvassing for a candidate, it might be a much better investment." This is from a story from June 2019. Right Now explained its use of these new tactics. First, they encourage pro-life activists to run for office. Then, during nomination contests in the ridings, they suggest that supporters get their membership cards from a party with a pro-life candidate and vote for that candidate. And then, Right Now volunteers go door to door to try to identify voters who would be willing to support anti-abortion politicians. On election day, the group encourages these voters to get out and vote. Without naming anyone specifically, the lobby admitted to targeting about 50 ridings in the 2019 election. Scott Hayward, another co-founder of Right Now, explained in the same article, or the same report rather, that the group's goal is to take over the places of power and to pass laws to reduce abortions in Canada as much as possible. Since they've admitted that the strategy of aiming for a total ban on abortion would fail. So their goal now is to make smaller steps. Another report from September 2019 unveiled the communication strategy of some of these pressure groups. The goal is to fight the consensus that women have a right to control their bodies. Although the leader of the Conservative Party at the time, who is now the member for Regina Capel, who is openly pro-life, said during the last election campaign that this debate wouldn't be reopened, this report suggested otherwise. And it seems that backbenchers do still have the right to introduce private members' bills that aim to restrict abortion rights. We Need a Law is another anti-abortion group that explains that their approach is to lobby the public and politicians in order to convince them that abortion legislation is required in Canada. It's important to remember, Madam Chair, that the situation in Canada is essentially that women make the decision and we trust doctors to follow the guidelines from their associations, particularly when it comes to which stage of pregnancy you can have an abortion and what the criteria are at that stage. According to the group We Need a Law, changing the law starts with changing the way people think. And for this group, We Need a Law, and for Right Now, this means not only renewing the discourse, but also softening it. These anti-abortion groups are deliberately nuancing their approach. They're focusing on smaller steps. For example, one thing they do is to try to create a precedent by passing laws that would criminalize sex-selective abortion
or banning abortions after a certain point in pregnancy. The bill that we're debating today fits exactly within this modus operandi. The goal is to open up the debate in small ways with the longer-term goal of reducing access to abortion. So that is the spirit of this bill, and that's the frame of mind that we need to be in as we consider this bill. I haven't even mentioned the many other problems that this bill raises, such as, for example, potential intrusion into Quebec's jurisdiction. Yet clearly the member for Yorkton Melville is trying to use the criminal code to regulate a medical practice. And of course, medicine is not federal jurisdiction. Of course, we're used to this tactic. Just yesterday, we debated Bill C-268 in this House, a bill which aims to criminalize certain aspects of medical assistance in dying. A bill that would torpedo this practice, which is widely accepted, particularly in Quebec. And then there are the difficulties of actually implementing this bill. We would have to have a major breach of doctor-patient confidentiality in order to implement this bill. There are also potential racial consequences from this bill. If it were passed, doctors could engage in racial profiling by targeting people of women of Asian or Indian descent for questioning, since sex-selective abortion is statistically more common in those communities. Now, I'd like to talk about what's behind this bill. There's a red herring here. Some members say, on the one hand, that they don't want to reopen the abortion debate, but on the other hand, they table bills like C-233 in order to provoke that exact debate. So I call not only on the sponsor of the bill, but also the leader of her party to at least have the decency and the transparency to acknowledge the true purpose of this legislation today. Madam Speaker, I was born in 1984, only 4 years before the Supreme Court rendered the Morgan-Taylor ruling. I would have hoped that from now on, I wouldn't see these attempts to have other people decide what's good for me, what's good for women, and how women should manage their own bodies. This is a step backwards, and it is not worthy of all the progress that we've made on women's rights. That's why I believe it's still relevant to quote Simone de Beauvoir, who said, "Never forget that a political, economic, or religious crisis could suddenly call a woman's rights into question. These rights are never to be taken for granted. You need to remain vigilant your entire life." Madam Speaker, let us remain vigilant. This bill is just the latest version of an archaic form of bigotry that is being hidden behind something that they're calling feminist. But no matter how you spin it, we cannot lose sight of the fact that this is first and foremost a bill driven by values that have little place in a democratic institution like this one. Madam Speaker, because I am a woman, because I am a feminist, and because I am progressive, I cannot help but vote against this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Kiwananook-Aski.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak against Bill C-233, a bill that is nothing more than a backdoor attempt to criminalize abortion and attack our reproductive rights. I want to acknowledge the critical work of so many advocates of Abortion Rights Coalition who have made clear that Bill C-233 is not actually about protecting girls and women or supporting vulnerable women, but rather a veiled attempt to criminalize abortion in our country. It is a bill that opens the door to racism, misogyny, and abuse. Today, I acknowledge that as I stand again in this House in support of a woman's fundamental right to choose, that we stand on the shoulders of giants. Giants like the women of the abortion caravan, trailblazers like Henry Morgentaler, feminist leaders like Judy Rebick, Carolyn Egan, Joyce Arthur, the women of the National Action Committee on the Status of Women, and many, many more. I think of women and two-spirited activists who created the Native Youth Sexual Health Network, the fierce feminist activists of the Radical Handmaids. I think of the women in my own community, in our own region, who fight to make sure that women and transgender people have access to reproductive rights. Let's get to the core of the issue. This bill is also a key part of the Conservative Party of Canada's not-so-hidden agenda. They tell us they've rebranded. They tell us they're pro-choice. They tell us they're pro-LGBTQ rights. They slap an emoji on it, a hashtag on it, and they're good to go. And then their members put forward bills like this one. It's not by accident, and it's also not the first time. Almost 10 years ago, in 2012, feminist activists will remember motions 312, motions 408, motions put forward by Conservative members at that time that again were backdoor attempts to criminalize abortion in Canada. I spoke to those motions as a member of Parliament almost 10 years ago. These motions, yes, were overwhelmingly opposed, but they weren't meant to pass. They were meant to send a signal at that time, like they are today, that the Conservative Party also holds the belief that women and some transgender people should not have the choice to do what they want with their bodies. These motions are meant to send a signal that the state ought to have the final say and criminalize those who choose abortion. These motions stoke the fire of possibility of a reactionary, patriarchal view of our world where women are subservient. So if the Conservatives truly cared about gender equality and the rights of girls and women so much, what else could they do to spend their time fighting for us? Well, my answer is so much more. First of all, they could start by recognizing that Indigenous women in this country have been and continue to be subjected to genocide. They could support the findings of the historic missing and murdered and inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women, an inquiry that they opposed, and pour their energy into action on its recommendations. But instead, the Conservatives aren't. Madam Speaker, it's May 2021. We are a year and some into a global pandemic. Women have borne the brunt of care work in this pandemic, in our care homes, in our hospitals, in our homes, in our schools, as essential workers. The Conservatives could fight for them, for paid sick days, for desperately needed protections, for targeted shutdowns of dangerous workplaces, for immigration status for women migrant workers and all migrant workers. But the Conservatives aren't doing that. They could speak up for the thousands of Canadian women who have lost their jobs, had to leave their work, had to scale back their employment because of a lack of childcare, a lack of elder care, a lack of supports. They could speak of the She Session and the clear recognition that women in Canada have lost significant ground during this crisis. They could fight for them, for universal childcare, for canceling student debt, for free education, for affordable housing, for publicly owned, compassionate models of care that value the women who need that care and the women who provide it. But the Conservatives aren't doing that either. Instead, we have Bill C-233 that will set the clock back on our reproductive rights. Madam Speaker, I am here to say that Canadian women and transgender people aren't having it. Many, including in my own province, have been on the front lines of fighting for greater access to abortion, particularly the availability of mifepristone. Thanks to the immense public pressure from advocates at the grassroots, mifepristone became universally covered by the provincial government here in Manitoba. But the struggle continues. Many women and some transgender people still do not have access to medical or surgical abortions in real terms when they need them. And here I also want to highlight the hypocrisy of the Liberals, who aim to score points on being pro-choice, but do next to nothing to make abortion services available to women across our country, particularly in northern and rural areas. But many are fighting back. I want to acknowledge the leadership of Emily Pruder, an abortion doula and advocate for reproductive justice here in our north, who said northern and rural people already face incredible barriers just to access abortion. People are often forced to travel long distances, pay for travel out of pocket, and wait weeks before they can have an abortion. We don't need more barriers. This paternalistic bill is an attack on reproductive justice. The struggle is ongoing for access to abortion, for control over our own bodies, for reproductive justice, for gender justice, for liberation. And the struggle is not over. Women in the United States are taking on struggles in defense of reproductive rights in their home states and across their country. Women around the world have made it clear, from Ireland to Argentina, our bodies, our choice. Bills like C-233 are not fooling women across Canada. The not-so-veiled agenda of the Conservative Party of Canada is on full display. It's 2021. Women deserve leadership, leadership that will fight to make our lives better. Bill C-233 will not only do that, it will make our lives worse. That leadership starts with the fundamental respect of our right to control our own bodies, to allow us to make the choices that we know are best of who we are, when we want to get pregnant, if we want to have kids, when we want an abortion. And so today, Madam Speaker, I stand along with so many women, so many people across our country, so many people, including my colleagues in the NDP, in stating our clear and unequivocal opposition to Bill C-233 that is nothing but a not-so-veiled attack on a woman's fundamental right to choose. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Madam Speaker, it is with utter sadness that I rise today in the Canadian House of Commons in the year 2021 to speak on the current issue of femicide in our country. Unfortunately, the treatment of women as non-human and therefore not worthy of protection is not something new to history. In ancient Athens, it was very common for a couple to take a newborn baby girl out in the wilderness and leave it to die, an act they called exposing the baby. Everybody raises a son, even if he's poor, one Greek writer wrote, but exposes a daughter, even if he's rich. In ancient Rome, this was just as common, especially in poor families. There are records of a lower-class Roman writing to his wife about her pregnancy. "A daughter is too burdensome, and we just don't have the money," he told her. "If you should bear a girl, we will have to kill her." Even in ancient Egypt, which gave women comparatively equal rights, the poor often left kids to die. "If you have a baby before I return," one letter shows an Egyptian man writing to his wife, "if it's a boy, let it live. If it's a girl, expose it." For centuries, daughters were considered lesser. Sons were given more food when food was scarce, better medical care, and a better education. Boys were an asset, while girls were a liability. We think, of course, that we no longer suffer from this in modern times, but medical advancements have made the problem even more complex and helped it persevere in the 21st century. Families no longer need to wait 9 months to know the baby's sex. Through ultrasound imaging, families now have the ability to choose early to abort their daughters. Now, I know there will be some in this House who take offense at the suggestion that this even happens in Canada. Some say there's no need for any sort of legislation in our country because we don't do this here. But investigative reporting has shown that this actually is happening in Canada. Years ago, when I was having my babies, I was not even allowed to be told the sex of my child following the ultrasound because it was common knowledge. Girl babies were at risk. But here we are in a country that prides itself on stats, data, and evidence-based decision-making, and it is nothing less than outrageous to see that we do not even track abortions by sex. Let me repeat that. We do not even track abortions by sex. Every Canadian woman should be absolutely shocked by this intentional exclusion. And yet, despite this lack of transparency, thankfully, the Canadian Medical Association Journal managed to publish 2 research papers in 2016 studying imbalanced sex ratios at birth. Now, these studies linked the gender imbalance to induced abortions. So I ask you, Are we keeping these stats hidden so we can claim ignorance? So that the practice can continue while we turn a blind eye? Do we seriously think that we are immune because we're a progressive Western society? International organizations, including the World Health Organization, United Nations Women, and United Nations Children's Fund, have identified unequal sex ratios at birth as being a growing problem internationally. In response, many countries have laws or policies on sex selection, including China, which has an extremely lenient framework around abortion. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe we can ignore these uncomfortable facts. Now, the Minister of Justice recently released a statement in response to a petition submitted by my honourable colleague from Yorkton Melville, stating the government's position on the issue of sex-selective abortion. He stated unequivocally that, and I quote, "The Government of Canada condemns all practices that are motivated by discriminatory views of women and girls, including sex-selective practices," end quote. Let me highlight that official statement once more. The Government of Canada condemns sex-selective practices. Now, with that statement on the record and knowing that 82% of Canadians polled in 2019 did not support sex selection as a reason to terminate a pregnancy, no one could be faulted for thinking this private member's bill would sail through the House uncontested. And yet, when we stand up to speak out and call for an end to gender-based violence in the form of sex-selective abortion, suddenly this is twisted to claim that we are anti-women. Nothing could be further from the truth. The bill we're debating today is about equality. It's about women in this country who have been forced into terminating a pregnancy simply because her child is a girl. How many times has this happened? We will likely never know, because the system is designed to hide that information. And without a law against it, without actual legislation from the leaders of this country that says no more, this practice will continue to happen, despite all the speeches about violence against women that we have heard from this supposedly feminist government. Recently, at a take-note debate on violence against women, the Minister for Women and Gender Equality said the following: "These conversations are important, and our government will continue to create spaces for them. However, this cannot just be about words, but has to be followed by action. We lost more than 160 women to femicide last year, and one life lost is too many," end quote. Mr. Speaker, I would like to put to the minister that her numbers are off. In fact, we lost many more than 160 women to femicide last year, and yet we will never know how many. Their numbers are shrouded in darkness because discrimination continues unabated. If we do not take action and create legislation to stop the practice of sex-selective abortion, it will continue undeterred. Now, many of us participated recently in what was described as a historic and momentous debate here in the House concerning violence against women. I know that I and my colleagues meant what we said, and that this is truly a problem that we need to fight against. I would ask all my colleagues to consider their vote on this bill in light of their position in that debate. It's interesting that Canada does have legislation on the books that acknowledges discrimination against a female fetus. In Canada, if you use in vitro fertilization, the Assisted Human Reproduction Act makes it illegal to choose which embryo is selected based on its sex. It demonstrates how we know in our heart that to deny a girl a basic right to life simply because she's a female is utterly wrong. How can we not insist that this applies to our naturally conceived girls as well? I recently read an article on the occasion of International Women's Day, and it was from the Sikh Research Institute, which said the following, and I quote, "The Sikh culture, as envisioned in the Guru Granth Sahib and created by the 10 Nanaks, insists on the dignity and respect of all human beings. In today's parlance, this is complete equality and equity in society. There is no stratification spectrum of inferior or superior status, be it gender or other social divisions. In the Sikh lifestyle, Ik Oankar is enshrined in every heart. The same divine light is present in all human beings. Every man and woman is an image of Ik Oankar. End of quote. Now, this same basic tenet is also found in the Christian tradition, and it's this kind of countercultural thinking that changed the ancient world and their practice of leaving unwanted girl babies to be exposed and unprotected simply because they were girls. In 180 AD, Tertullian wrote that Christians in Rome rescued the tiny bodies of newborn babies from the garbage and dung heaps and raised them as their own. Their belief that each individual person has worth because they were created in the image of God was foreign to the society at the time, where the state, the tribe, and the collective were the only values they knew. Colleagues, the right of a woman to live life as an equal, safe from violence and discrimination, must apply to all stages of her being. As a fetus, an infant, a toddler, a teenager, a mother, and a grandmother, every stage must be protected by society. When we take action by enshrining those protections in law, we move forward as a country, demonstrating that we understand the intrinsic value of every individual who calls this place home. I urge all my colleagues in this House to consider their vote carefully and support the women this bill will protect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here today to speak to Private Member's Bill C-233, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sex-selective abortion, at second reading. I really wish that I didn't have to be. I am, quite frankly, disappointed that I have to spend time in the year 2021 on the abortion debate in Canada, when a woman's right to choose has been law for over 30 years. It really is unfortunate that members of Parliament are still seeking to restrict that right. The sponsor claims that this bill is to address sex-based discrimination. To achieve that goal, this bill would create a new criminal code offense prohibiting doctors from performing an abortion knowing that it is sought solely on the grounds of the fetus's genetic sex. While I note that the offense is ostensibly aimed at doctors, I must point out that it would also criminalize women as parties to the offense. Make no mistake, Bill C-233 will limit a woman's right to choose by doing this. Criminalizing a woman for seeking to get an abortion is a violation of the fundamental rights of women in Canada, and it is just plain wrong. I would like to speak to what we know about the impact of using the criminal law to regulate abortion. We need not look further than Canada's own legal history of abortion regulation and its impact on Canadian women. That history reflects what the international evidence tells us. Criminal restrictions on abortion result in women having less access to them, and having less access negatively impacts on women's equality rights. Let's take a look at how we got to where we are today. Currently, no criminal offenses apply to abortion, and the provinces and territories are responsible for providing safe abortion services to Canadian women. However, we must not forget that until 1969, abortion was absolutely prohibited in Canada. That meant that very few, if any, safe options were available to women. Women were forced to either bring an unwanted pregnancy to term or access unsafe and unregulated methods like back alley abortions that often led to infection and death. Women who sought abortions also risked criminal sanction, and doctors who provided safe abortions risked punishment. Many of us will remember Dr. Morgentaler. He was incarcerated for saving women's lives. He risked his own safety to champion women's rights, and for that he was awarded the Order of Canada in 2008. I cannot emphasize enough how much we do not want to return to that era. I am proud to live in a country where women have safe access to abortion and do not need to worry about criminal reprisals. Again, Madam Speaker, I am very disappointed to be here today, having to fight against an attempt to limit these hard-earned and important rights. The evidence before the court in the Morgentaler case highlighted the medical risks and psychological trauma restricting access to abortion caused women seeking abortion services in Canada, and the importance of affording women autonomy to make decisions about their own bodies. The provisions were found to violate women's security of the person rights. This is because, and I quote Justice Bertha Wilson, the first woman justice of the Supreme Court, who said, those provisions asserted that, quote, a woman's capacity to reproduce is to be subject not to her own control, but to that of the state, unquote. The court found the violation of women's rights by limiting access to abortion to be completely unacceptable, and so do I. The court has been very clear on this front, and I think that a court could also find this legislation unconstitutional for the same reasons should it pass. The 1969 provisions remained in the criminal code, but were unenforceable until they were repealed in 2019 by our government in the former Bill C-75. Other related abortion offenses were repealed by our government in 2018 by former Bill C-51. Even though they were inoperable, I am proud that our government took the important step to remove these discriminatory provisions. It took more than 100 years to remove abortion-related criminal offenses from our criminal code, which is frankly a shameful mark. But again, I am quite proud to be part of the government that finally removed them from the books, and I have no intention of supporting any attempt to add them back. Consistent with the Canadian experience, international research has shown that using the criminal law to regulate any aspect of abortion results in barriers to accessing abortion services, which contributes to gender inequality. For example, international research indicates that laws restricting the use of technology for sex selection purposes, as well as sex-selective abortions, are likely to have harmful impacts on women. These impacts include women seeking unsafe procedures that fall outside regulations, protocols, and monitoring. I fail to see how criminalizing women who choose sex selection abortion, perhaps because of familial pressure to do so, protects them, or other women for that matter, from discrimination. Rather, a criminal law response is more likely to detract from women's equality rights by creating barriers to accessing abortion. The United Nations recommends combating this form of discrimination by addressing the root causes of gender equality. This includes focusing on advancing access to education, health services, and economic resources for women and girls. I am pleased to note that our government has made significant investments to advance gender equality, guided by Women and Gender Equality Results Framework, introduced in Budget 2018. Criminalizing women seeking abortion is not the solution to this problem and would be a massive step backwards for this country. I cannot emphasize enough how disappointed I am to see that there is yet another attempt in this bill to limit a woman's right to choose. In Canada, I'm proud to say, abortion services are treated like the medical service that it is, and falls within the responsibility of the provincial and territorial health sector. All medical procedures are subject to medical professional standards. Ultimately, what could happen if we were to enact an offense such as this? Perhaps doctors would refuse to provide abortion services out of fear of criminalization because they believe their patient may be choosing abortion for the wrong reasons. Perhaps a woman who needs access to an abortion would be afraid to seek it out in case they're reported and charged for having done so. Perhaps women from certain communities would be denied access to abortion based on discriminatory views about their reason for seeking it. In short, I fear that this bill could undo decades of arduous work to ensure that women never face these barriers again. I was really disappointed to see the leader of the opposition indicate that his caucus will be allowed a free vote on such a fundamental issue as protecting women's right to choose. I hope members of the Conservative Party who are currently heckling me will recognize that, as all other members of this House do, how important it is to protect equality rights for women in Canada and join me and the government in voting against this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, and I do want to remind all members that while someone has the floor, that they are not to heckle them. It is disrespectful, and it is not. The rules of the House also dictate that that's not shouldn't be allowed. L'honorable député, reprise de débat, l'honorable député d'Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, we're debating an extremely sensitive topic, which in my opinion should not be. I can't believe that the Conservatives want to reopen the abortion debate. I don't understand. Let's say things as they are. Bill C-233 is an anti-abortion bill. And it seems that there's opinions that vary in the Conservative Party, but every Conservative member does share some common values. I got involved in politics with a party that represents my values. And I can say that the Bloc Québécois and I are uncompromising in our defense of women to decide what to do with their own bodies, the right to choice for women, and the right to access abortion services for free. I find it extremely problematic that these rights are being called into question. I find it extremely problematic that a woman wants to tell other women how to manage their own bodies. And that's what the member for Yorkton Melville is doing with this bill. She's reopening a debate that we thought had been closed for good. A debate through which women fought for far too long. In 1988, when women had the right to legally access abortion, there's a logical consensus that the debate should not be reopened, and that's been decided since 1988 when the Supreme Court invalidated the provisions criminalizing abortion. The decision to use abortion is one of the most sensitive moments in a woman's life, and it should be their decision. A woman's body belongs to the woman in question and no one else. My body, my choice. But as you can see, it's a fragile right that is constantly threatened by those who use a series of tactics to try and reopen this debate and limit, through indirect means, women's freedom of choice. I was worried when Donald Trump rose to power in the United States and the nomination of conservative judges in the Supreme Court and their interest in reopening this debate. I never thought it would happen here in a free, democratic society where usually we put forward women's rights. It's disappointing to see that once again, as a woman, I need to fight for rights that should be fully acquired. The Conservatives say they don't want to open the abortion debate, but they're the ones who keep bringing it up. This time, they're doing it, as I said, in an indirect way. They're talking about sex-selective abortion, which makes the debate full of nuance. It's an unfortunate pretext. It reveals that the Conservatives are trying to find new legal bases to criminalize abortion. I have to say that it's difficult for the feminist that I am to remain nuanced in what I have to say today. As a woman, as a feminist, I do not approve the practice of sex-selective abortion. However, I certainly oppose any involvement of the state to tell women how to manage their own bodies. It's not up to the state. It's not up to elected officials. Women are free to continue their pregnancies or not, and they're the only ones who can decide. If sex-selective abortion is based on misogynist and sexist ideas, we can't fight it by imposing more social control on women. You can't control sexism through sexism. We need more equality. I would go even further. I would say that the manipulation and misusing the discourse on human rights are strategies that are old. They undermine the confidence of citizens in their democratic institutions. Misusing the discourse on human rights does not support human rights. The moral responsibility of parliamentarians and failing to reveal their real intentions is not correct. It undermines democratic discourse. Hiding the discourse is a practice that should be recognized, called out, and it should stop. The Conservative Party will surely, or rather the leader of the Conservative Party, publicly recognized that C-233 is a strategy, and I hope that he will encourage his members to oppose it in order to respect all women. This is part of tactics used by anti-choice advocates. Sex selective is one that is used enthusiastically by pro-life advocates, especially in the United States, to limit free choice. For those who aren't as familiar with the concept, sex-selective abortion is a selective abortion based only on the sex of the fetus. But the practice usually targets female fetuses in countries where there's a preference for boys over girls. For cultural reasons in Canada, there's a certain clientele who would use abortion to favor male births. That's absolutely deplorable in my opinion. Eliminating female fetuses because they're considered inferior is unacceptable, and it hurts me just to think about it. But I don't want my words to be taken out of context. There's a very big difference between opposing a practice and forbidding it through the law. This is a marginal situation in the country. The numbers reveal that it has no impact on the ratio between girls and boys when it comes to live births. This is not a common practice among Quebec and Canada's cultural communities, where the vast majority of communities do not engage in this practice. This is a practice that I hope will disappear quickly. There's the effect of culture and valuing the equality between the sexes. It reminds us that what we need to impose when it comes to discrimination is undermining equality. We can't use constraint and control in this way. Valuing equality, promoting the advancements of rights, that's what I want as a young woman in Parliament. Women have a lot of reasons to end a pregnancy. The primary concern should always be the security of patients who have the right to a safe abortion. The provisions in Bill C-233 undermine this safety by instituting a climate of fear and distrust in the relationship between a doctor and a patient. Under Section 2, the bill establishes an offense for practicing an abortion knowing that it is sex selective and has a 5-year prison sentence. That is extremely problematic to me, that the state would get involved between a patient and a doctor. It is for that reason that I am firmly opposed to this bill. I'm against this bill because I don't want to reopen the abortion debate. I'm against this bill because abortion is a choice that belongs to women, and only to them. I'm against this bill because I want to protect the health and safety of women. Today, we're talking about sex-selective abortion, but what will it be tomorrow? I don't want to go back there. Sex-selective abortion of female fetuses is just a symptom. It is not the problem. The roots of the problem is misogyny, the devaluation of girls and women. A law that would forbid sex-selective abortion is just going to sweep everything under the rug. We need to look at the status of women and girls in the long term by actively preventing discrimination and promoting equality. The symptom of sex-selective abortion will stop when women and girls have equal access to all opportunities and their entire family can benefit from it. There's a great deal to do to advance women's rights. This is not the time to move them further back. We owe it to women, to girls, to our friends, to our sisters. We owe it to ourselves, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Before I go to resuming debate, I just want to advise the honourable member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek that she'll have 7 minutes for her speech, as her honourable colleague has a right of reply for 5 minutes. The honourable member of Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to be able to speak to my honourable colleague's private member's bill, C-233, the Sex Selective Abortion Act. Canada is a nation that has long been firmly committed to and defended human rights both here at home and abroad. We have often been proactive in our efforts to protect those who cannot protect themselves and to stomp out discrimination. Now, we are being confronted with another issue, sex-selective abortion, an issue that will serve to test our commitment to protecting human rights. This bill seeks to amend the criminal code to make it an offense for a medical practitioner to perform an abortion knowing that the abortion is sought solely on the grounds of the child's genetic sex. It also requires the Minister of Health, after consultation with representatives of the provincial governments responsible for health, to establish guidelines respecting information provided by a medical practitioner in relation to a request for an abortion. It must be noted that in Canada, sex selection is already illegal in the case of embryos under the Assisted Human Reproduction Act 2004, Section 5(1)(e). I believe that a criminal prohibition should be added to the criminal code in order to expand this same protection to preborn girls. Research from the Canadian Medical Association Journal, as well as several provincial colleges of physicians and surgeons, has indicated that sex-selective abortion is an issue in Canada. This is intolerable. In fact, Canada's healthcare profession has shown concern with sex-selective abortion and discourages the practice. Sex-selective abortion is wrong, and this practice is happening in Canada today because there is no law against it. It is also well documented that sex-selective abortion disproportionately targets girls. There is this idea, and it is perpetuated from the beginning of life, that for some reason, the life of a male is more valuable than the life of a female. How can we proclaim ourselves to be a country of equality when we continue to allow the practice of terminating a pregnancy on the grounds of the genetic sex of a child, perpetuating the belief that one sex is more valuable than the other? In a society such as ours, one that strongly advocates for and seeks to protect equality rights between the sexes, sex-selective abortion has no place. If, as a society, we are truly serious about fighting sexism, we must start at the very beginning with the practice of sex-selective abortions. It is an inherently discriminatory practice that targets females, promotes sexism, and must be stamped out. Our Charter of Rights and Freedoms states that every person should be treated with the same dignity, respect, and consideration, regardless of sex. However, the practice of sex-selective abortion starts females off on an uneven footing. They are being treated differently from the very beginning. This practice cannot be allowed to continue in a society that claims to be supportive of the equality of sexes. Madam Speaker, it is also important to note that while a majority of Canadians support access to abortion, a majority of Canadians oppose sex-selective abortion. The purpose of this bill is very clear. It is not intended to limit access to abortion. Rather, it is being put forward to address the inequality that exists between the sexes in their earliest forms. To summarize, this bill would prohibit a medical practitioner from knowingly performing a sex-selective abortion and includes indictable and summary offenses should they do so. It includes a directive for guidelines to be established on how medical practitioners will provide information on the prohibition to pregnant persons. And finally, the penalties outlined in this bill are consistent with those found in Section 241.3 of the Criminal Code for failing to allow the medical assistance in dying safeguards. I implore every member of this House to give their support to this bill. This is not a question of access to abortion, but a question of the use of abortion for a specific purpose which targets females. For a society which has come so far in combating sexism, we must continue in our fight to stop sexist practices. This is a time when we can all come together and send a message that the targeting of preborn girls is unacceptable and that we will not allow it to continue here in Canada. By adopting appropriate legislation to end discrimination against any person based on sex, we are reconfirming Canada's commitment to advancing human rights. I would ask that all members in this place vote in favor of this bill to send the message that discrimination is not acceptable in Canada and will not be tolerated. I believe that this protection is long overdue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we close second reading on the Sex Selective Abortion Act, I have some thoughts to share. I would like to thank my colleagues on both sides of this House for contributing to the debate. Regardless of our political stances, parliamentarians have begun to have the important discussion that Canadians have been asking us to have on this universally condemned practice. 84% of our constituents have been clear that an evaluation of sex-selective abortion and its place in our country is overdue. I am glad that this House, this minority parliament, has begun to honour their wishes. We should not be afraid to have this conversation. Despite claims to the contrary, sex-selective abortion does not fit within a rigid understanding of abortion in Canada. Let's remember that a majority of Canadians would like to continue to have access to abortion, and that's what makes this debate so unique. It's clear that Canadians identify and treat sex selection as a standalone human rights issue. The medical community, cultural groups, and those with divergent views on the matter of abortion believe that this procedure, performed solely on the basis of sex, is fundamentally wrong. As I've said many times during the course of this discussion, the vast majority of those who would like sex selection to be made illegal are, in fact, pro-choice. Not pro-abortion for any reason, but pro-choice. These facts should send a strong message to everyone in the House. We have a mandate from Canadians to act. As Dr. Kylie Williams, MD, has said, we are finally in a position to stop selective abortion. It is very rare in politics when we're presented with a bill that all parties can support. There are no Canadian political parties that do not support a woman's right to life. Indeed, I was encouraged to hear from my colleagues throughout this debate that they believe sex-selective abortion is wrong. So why are these members against passing this bill into law? And then why should we be gripped with this discussion and treat it with the seriousness that it deserves? As direct representatives of the people of Canada, we were elected to defend all Canadians' equality before and under the law, regardless of race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, sex, age, or mental or physical disability. We have an obligation to address gaps in our laws that fail to meet this standard. The continued practice of sex-selective abortion is a glaring hole in our laws that denies equal rights to Canadians on the grounds of age and sex at a minimum. It needs to stop, and we have the power to do so. Furthermore, we were each sent to this place to enact reforms that Canadians want. That is a key reason why I introduced this bill, and I'm so proud of it. Poll after poll tells us that Canadians' tolerance for sex selection has run out. Rather than resorting to tired accusations that do not speak to the heart of this bill, we have the opportunity to judge it for what it is. It is a reasonable limit on abortion that forms just one part of a response to the prevalence of sex-selective practices. On this issue, parliamentarians should abandon absolutist narratives on the abortion debate and accept that Canadians have identified a key problem that is in need of a legislative solution. Speaker, I truly believe that this House has taken the first step on behalf of women and girls in addressing a persistent human rights failure. Indeed, as the only democratic country internationally that lacks a sex-selective law, the world is looking at Canada to fill its void. The debate that we have had on this bill will not soon be forgotten by Canadians and the human rights community. But it's one thing to permit a debate to take place. It is an entirely different thing to take the necessary action to rectify the tragedy of sex-selective abortion. This Parliament has the power to make a bold statement in defense of equality between the sexes in the next generation. Canadians are counting on us to make that important decision now so that future generations can benefit from them later. I'm asking my colleagues to continue to honour Canadians' wishes by taking the next step forward and vote in favour of C-233. To me, the choice couldn't be clearer. We can, on one hand, allow divisive politics to continue to obscure this debate and permit the deliberate termination of baby girls to continue duly on their sex, because of their sex. Or on the other hand, we can take a bold stand for women in this country, see this bill for what it is, and pass a prohibition on sex-selective laws. We can send clear messages both here and around the world about the values our country stands for and also what it doesn't permit. I know our nation is behind this bill and want it to be sent to committee so it can receive the debate and constructive scrutiny it deserves. Finally, Speaker, I rest my case for today. I know I have represented the concerns and desires of the majority of those who have all been called here to serve to see the Sex-Selective Abortion Act become law in Canada. Thank you.
It being 2:50, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mrs. Weigenthal, seconded by Mr. Provencher, move that Bill C-233, an act to amend the criminal code, sex-selective abortion, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Si un député ou une députée,
if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I would request a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 2nd, 2021, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. It being 2:51, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a good